Wah, ada materi. Boleh
Oh iya, ilegal.
Hello, every participant, please make sure recheck your name using the name and underscore with your NIM. Please recheck it. There's someone still using another name without using the NIM. Please kindly to recheck your name. Thank you.
bisa atau ceng itu
Ini nggak pakai background.
Iya, belum pasti wallpaper. Bapak Ibu lagi wallpaper lah. Cokang kan? Iya. Jadi lo di sini ada.
Ini apa, Bang?
Ada kan?
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes. Please keep your camera online and Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes. Please keep your camera online and be fully attentive along this conference. Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the first conference by International Business and Economy by STAIA Eka Prasetya Medan, Indonesia. It is an honor to present you this international conference, and also an honor for me to introduce and welcome the guests at our table. Member of the Republic of Indonesia Parliament, Dr. Sofian Tan, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Dr. Ruhaini Muda, PhD, Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Filipina, Mrs. Maria Rizala Tefes, PhD, School of Business Acting Academic Department Head, UOW Malaysia, KDU Penang University College, Mr. Captain Dr. Joshua Low Tek Kun, and also from Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Eka Prasetya, Mr. Petrus Lu SH SEMM. And also, we welcome all presenters and participants of Ibec 2022. I hope all of you will have a great time today with us. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to listen to Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya, Malaysian anthem, Negaraku, and Philippines anthem, Lupang Hinirang. May we all in honor position.
Indonesia kebangsaan Balitang Pilipinas.
Thank you for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now opening the ceremony of Ibec 2022 by listening to the welcome speech delivered by the head of STI Eka Prasetya, Dr. Sri Rezeki SEMSI, and the head of Eka Graha Foundation, Sir Susanto STMM. Mrs.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished Chairman of Graha Eka Education Foundation, Bapak Susanto, SPD, STMM. Secretary of Graha Eka Education Foundation, Bapak Halim Dinata, SMMM. Bapak Dr. Sopiantan, as the Parliament Member of the Republic of Indonesia, keynote speaker, Madam Associate Prof. Ruhaini Muda, PSD, from Mara University, Madam Maria Rizalia Tevez, PSD, Dean of College of Economic Business and Accountancy of Mindanao State University, Captain Dr. Joshua Lu, Tekun of the School of Business and Administration, Lulanggung, KDU, Malaysia, and respected organizing committee of the conference this morning. First, I would like to welcome our participants who have attended this morning even with daring conference. As we all know, in the last 2 years, we have faced the COVID-19 pandemic, where it has changed the lifestyle of the world's economy community in interacting with each other, and has also greatly impacted the world's economy. For this reason, the purpose of the first International Business and Economic Conference is to provide knowledge and understanding of the challenges and opportunity in facing economic recovery as well as global business. In addition, it is hoped that all participants who take part in Ibec can better understand the difference in economic and business concept caused by cultural difference and world's development towards a globalized world, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. Finally, as the head of STI Eka Prasetya, today I would like to thank all of you for your support, especially to First International Business and Economic Conference, and then two keynote speaker, Dr. Sofiantan, Associate Prof. Dr. Ruhaini Muda, Maria Rizalia Tevez, and Kapten Dr. Joshua Lu Tekun. Presenter and moderator of First International Business and Economic Conference, organizing committee, and all of participants of International Business and Economic Conference. Last, welcome to international conference. Hopefully today's the international conference can be beneficial for all of us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ri. Next, we honor Mr. Susanto to give the speech. Please take your time.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Distinguished Head of Eka Prastia School of Business and Economics, Ibu Dr. Sri Rezeki. Distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Rohaini Muda, PhD of Mara University, Malaysia. Maria Rizalia Tefes, PhD, Dean of College of Economics, Business and Accountancy of Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology. Captain Dr. Joshua Low Tek Kun of the School of Business and Administration, Wollongong, KDU, Malaysia. Respected Organizing Committee Chair, Ibu Homi Sinaga. Respected Organizing Committee members, moderators, fellow presenters, participants, and guests of Eka Prastia's International Business and Economic Conference. Okay, and then I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Safa, okay, from the MSU, Mindanao State University, who have worked close with me hand to hand by assigning the speakers, okay, by helping me to contact Madam Maria Rizalia Tefes, and then brought along her team of presenters. Thank you very much, Dr. Safa. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and dear guests, these last few years have been tough for almost every sector of life. As we know, offices closed, airlines laid off thousands of workers, making our traveling difficult even until today. Hawker centers lost their patrons, and education institutions like us couldn't serve our function to its fullest. However, we, the people of this universe, we never give up and keep in search of solution and thrive. We have just been able to breathe the air of liberty, hoping to rebuild every part that has been taken from us in these last few years, when we have to face the coming hurdles of economic recession in the coming year, which is only 2 months away. For that very reason, Eka Prastia School of Business and Economics felt the urge to take part in finding solution hand in hand with like-minded institutions to work across the rough path ahead. For this, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of the keynote speakers who have set aside a part of their invaluable time to share your knowledge, your insights about these issues. We do hope that academic institutions and academicians can be the providers of answers, clues, and solutions to the crisis ahead of us. For the committee, my great respect for your hard work to make this conference a success. And to all of the participants, I do hope that you can take the knowledge and tips home and turn them into workable solutions in the coming future. Last but not least, let's work together by sharing our expertise and experience, so this world will never have to face another hard time again in the short future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Susanto. We are now going to watch an Eka videos profile.
Pendidikan merupakan salah satu kunci dasar keberhasilan dalam dunia usaha. Perkembangan dunia pendidikan yang semakin meluas menuntut setiap institusi pendidikan untuk melahirkan sumber daya manusia yang handal dalam menghadapi persaingan yang semakin menuntut kesempurnaan. Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Eka Prasetya senantiasa mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa-mahasiswi untuk meraih pendidikan yang lebih tinggi, terarah, dan terukur. materi pelajaran, serta sistem kurikulum yang terkini baik dari dalam negeri maupun luar negeri senantiasa diterapkan dengan tujuan menjadikan setiap mahasiswa memiliki pribadi cerdas, berkarakter, positif, serta siap menghadapi persaingan dunia kerja yang semakin kompetitif. Dalam upaya merealisasikan visi menjadi salah satu sekolah tinggi ilmu ekonomi terbaik di Sumatera Utara, terutama dalam bidang akuntansi dan manajemen. Dengan dukungan tenaga pengajar yang profesional dan ahli di bidangnya, setiap mahasiswa dipersiapkan lebih matang untuk menghadapi dunia usaha yang semakin kompleks. Berlokasi di kota terbesar ketiga di Indonesia, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Eka Prasetya telah berhasil menorehkan namanya sebagai salah satu sekolah tinggi ilmu ekonomi terbaik di Sumatera Utara, terutama dalam bidang akuntansi dan manajemen. Sarana dan prasarana yang sengaja dipersiapkan untuk mendukung aktivitas mahasiswa dalam kampus seperti lift, laboratorium komputer, library, internet hotspot, study corner, basement parking. Maka, mahasiswa Eka Prasetya diharapkan untuk dapat memaksimalkan sarana dan prasarana yang sudah tersedia. Selain kemampuan akademis mahasiswa diasah, STIE Eka Prasetya juga menyediakan berbagai sarana dan prasarana untuk mengasah kreativitas para mahasiswa seperti kegiatan olahraga, basketball,
Halo, nama saya Jackly, saya sangat aktif di klub basket Eka Prasetya.
kegiatan futsal, olahraga tenis meja, dan kegiatan mixed martial arts.
Saya Hernando dan saya aktif di klub Muay Thai Eka Prasetya.
Setiap mahasiswa STIE Eka Prasetya diwajibkan untuk mengikuti seminar dan workshop entrepreneurship dengan tujuan agar mahasiswa dapat melihat dan lebih memahami perkembangan dunia bisnis saat ini. Kampus bukan merupakan tempat untuk menuntut ilmu semata, namun juga merupakan tempat untuk berekspresi, berkreasi, dan mengukir prestasi. Eka Prasetya, essentially inspiring. Selamat datang di STIE Eka Prasetya.
Next up, we are now going to watch a video of Mindanao State University Elegant Institute of Technology Filipina profile.
The world stands on the precipice of technological revolution and disruptive innovations. With such reality, a future that is complex, porous, and uncertain more than ever looms over the horizon. The Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology is cognizant of its role as premier research university.
Set in a region that holds so much promise and potential, we move forward to the next 10 years and sustain the gains the previous administrations have achieved. We boldly take the journey to continue influencing the future with Vision 2032.
Our vision articulates MSU IIT's dream of becoming an intensive research university for the holistic development of the individual and society, and reiterates our mission to provide quality education for the sustainable development of the nation and the global community.
As the world continues to dissolve borders, MSU IIT is dedicated to contribute to sustainable development beyond its regional scope. It is for this reason that the crafting of its 10-year vision was undertaken by engaging key sectors across the university to build a holistic perspective for the strategic roadmap. The COVID-19 pandemic has magnified the social, economic, environmental, and technological divides. But it also provided an imperative context to reimagine MSU IIT. We would like to play an active role in narrowing these divides towards a sustainable future. We will intensify our interdisciplinary education and research efforts to provide solutions to challenges posed by a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. We continue influencing the future by putting a premium on people's well-being. Within this Vision 2032, we manifest our 5-year development plan. We strengthen our internationalization initiatives through partnerships in research, faculty exchange, and student exchange. We also forge a stronger collaboration and partnership with industry to help improve the quality of life of more people. We believe that much good for humanity can be obtained from knowledge co-creation. MSU IIT is determined to pursue these aspirations because we are firm in our commitment to contribute to the achievement of the National Development Agenda. In doing so, we build goodwill and trust with our fellow men and international partners with whom we share and work towards the same sustainability goals. Moreover, while the university continues to strengthen its research for disruptive technologies and sciences, MSU IIT will remain steadfast as a custodian of Mindanao's diverse cultural knowledge and heritage through continuous academic engagements and interdisciplinary research.
Join us in our vision of influencing the future.
Next up, we are now going to watch a video of University Technology Mara Malaysia profile.
Aku lagi berusaha buat background aja. Kenapa bang?
Okay, next up, we are now going to watch a video of UOW Malaysia KDU Penang University College profile.
You may never know what the future holds, nor the challenges that lie ahead in an ever-changing, dynamic world. But at UOW Malaysia KDU, we know you can be prepared. Here, you get to experience a truly global education where you can thrive, inspire, and become the trailblazers of tomorrow. From computing wizards and games maestros to business leaders and masters of gastronomy, you determine your own rules and make your own path. Whether you're artists, creators, or innovators, we're all about crossing borders and shattering limits, celebrating diversity and embracing creativity. Through our world-class facilities and superior, diverse programs, you can be who you want to be. We believe in the spirit of entrepreneurship and collaboration, growing together as a team, a community, to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. With us, there is no goal out of reach, no barriers to learning. So come see the world in new, unique perspectives and develop a global mindset. Come experience UOW Malaysia KDU, one program, two global experiences. We are part of the University of Wollongong, Australia Global Network. This is UOW Malaysia KDU.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today we will be listening from our keynote speakers and invited speakers. Each speaker will share their insights about what we are going to face in 2023 and the strategies to overcome them. We would like to invite Mr. Kiki Wardana as a moderator at this session. Mr. Kiki Wardana, please take your time, and also for every presenter, be prepared because you will be invited to the parallel room.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and selamat pagi. Can you hear my voice? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and selamat pagi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi.
The Honorable Head of Eka Prasetya School of Economic and Business, Ibu Dr. Sri Rezeki, MSI. The Honorable Head of Eka Graha Foundation, Mr. Susanto, STMM. Our speakers from Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, the Philippines. From University of Technology Mara, Malaysia. Members of Parliament, the House of Representatives, the Republic of Indonesia. University of Wollongong, Malaysia, KDU Penang University College, and Eka Prasetya School of Business and Economics. And of course, our distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Muhammad Kiki Wardana, a faculty member at Eka Prasetya School of Economic and Business. It gives me an immense pleasure to be the moderator and to warmly welcome you to the first International Business and Economic Conference hosted by Eka Prasetya School of Economics and Business. The theme of our conference is Global Economy and Business Recovery Strategy 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we always believe that every dark cloud has a silver lining. COVID-19 has profoundly affected the norms of business across every industry and geography. From new ways of going to work, long-lasting shifts in customer psychology and behavior, and radically transform operational networks and business portfolios. Apparently, the world in the second half of 2022 is very different from the start of the year. It is for better as well as for worse. The only thing that's certain about the recovery is that there is a still huge amount of uncertainty about what form and how long it will take, with different countries, even different regions within countries. It is continuing to be impacted in many different ways. Here, Eka Prasetya School of Business and Economics has gathered some of the leading thinkers and academicians around the region for what the working world should expect from the pandemic recovery period, and steps organization and individuals need to take to become stronger and more resilient in the process. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to address these issues, I would like to introduce our keynote speakers and read a brief introduction about them. Our first keynote speaker is Ms. Maria Rizala Tevez, PhD. She earned her PhD in economics from Ateneo de Manila University in 2016 She is the Dean, the Chairman, and the faculty member at Department of Economics, College of Economics, Business and Accountancy, Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, the Philippines. Her research interest area in the area of economic policy, agriculture and food security, governance, resource valuation, and migration studies. Her latest research project is comparative economic analysis between commercial aquaculture and selected mangrove ecosystem along Makajalar Bay, Philippines, published in the Journal of Biodiversity in Environmental Sciences in 2021. Our second keynote speaker is Associate Professor Ruhaini Muda, PhD. She is a senior lecturer at the Department of Economics and Financial Studies, Faculty of Business Management, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. She is also a research fellow at the university's Accounting Research Institute. In 2019, her body of work was recognized when she was accepted as a visiting research fellow at the Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Center of Islamic Studies, University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. During her time there, she worked with colleagues on a collaborative model to fostering trust and adding value through independent assessments for a sustainable social ecosystem. Her research outputs have included publication in reputable journals, as well as outcome assessments reports for corporate organizations and government agencies. She presently works on research focusing on the assessment and reporting of social outcomes managed by cooperation, Islamic financial institution, and non-profit organization. Next, our third keynote speaker is our Member of Parliament, Dr. Sofian Tan. He is one of the Indonesian Parliament that has been served and represented North Sumatra province for more than a decade. He completed his medical degree from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Methodis Indonesia. He is a philanthropist who focuses on addressing education and economic issues in North Sumatra and Indonesia. He received many awards like Fellow Ashoka for Ethnic Relation and Education, Ashoka Innovators for Public in Washington, D.C., USA in 1989, and a prestigious award for Anugrah Wiyata Mandala as the most influential educational figure in North Sumatra Province in 2002. Next speaker, our fourth speaker is Mr. Petrus Lu, SH, SEMM. He is the faculty member of Eka Prasetya School of Economic and Business and is currently pursuing his doctoral degree at Universitas Prima Indonesia in Management Studies. His experience in the realm of microcredit lending in various banks and institutions in the region has brought him to be the director of PT Dextonindo Persada and the CEO at PT BPR Laksana Abadi Sunggal and PT Logo Karo Asri. And our last speaker, Captain Dr. Joshua Lo Tek Kun. Captain Dr. Joshua Lo Tek Kun currently attaches with the School of Business and Administration in University of Wollongong, KDU, UC Malaysia Penang, Georgetown as a senior lecturer. He is a retired soldier and ventured into the education industry since 2007. His bachelor's degree was majoring in economics and minoring in political science. He obtained a master's degree in economic management, and his doctoral degree study is a doctorate in business administration. His interest research area embraces globalization, economics, organizational performance, leadership, strategic management, innovation, and marketing. He has attended many conferences and published some research articles since 2016. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me tell you how this workshop will run. First, every keynote speaker will be given around 45 minutes to present the material. And after that, there will be a question and answer session for around 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome our first speaker, Ms. Maria Rizala Teves, PhD. to present her material to this lovely morning. Please, Miss Maria Rizala Teves, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for that very generous introduction. Sorry earlier because my connectivity is very unstable. Okay, good morning, Indonesia. Good morning, colleagues in the profession and everyone attending in this International Business and Economics Conference 2022. I'm glad to be joining you even virtually. First and foremost, I would like to thank STIE Eka Presethia for allowing Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, particularly the College of Economics, Business and Accountancy to partner with you as co-host in this Ibec 2022. This conference with the theme Global Economy and Business Recovery Strategy is very timely and relevant, as many of the world economies are striving and slowly recovering from the economic difficulties experienced during the past 3 years or so. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Wait. Okay, sorry. So at the outset, let me give you a glimpse of the global economy, an account of the past few years. Okay. What the global economy is today is, of course, a result of a complex intertwining of factors or events that occurred in the previous years. As you can see, Okay. So, can you see my screen now? Hello? Is my screen visible? Hear me? Can I be heard? Hello, can I be heard? So bad. Okay, okay. Sorry for that inconvenience, no? So let me proceed. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen now. Okay. So global output has been steadily rising after it recovered from the Great Recession in 2008. It can be recalled that in 2008, though the recession started from the US housing bubble, it created a huge impact on the US economy that time. The crisis in 2008 was dubbed as the worst economic meltdown in the history of the United States of America. And since economies around the globe are impact of the recession was felt 19. No, as you might okay, you can see that economic output started to decline in 2019. However, in 2020, the world economy was again shaken by the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted to a further decline in the global price. Okay. Growth-wise, it is obvious that the year 2020 recorded negative growth in the world's output by 3.06%. The world economy, however, was projected to recover in 2021. The positive outlook for 2021 was driven by the output of emerging markets and developing economies. Okay. Over the past 3 years, the global labor market saw an all-time high level of unemployment in 2020 as the world economies were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. The unemployment rate reached 6.57% due to mobility restrictions. Lockdowns and travel bans were instituted in order to prevent the spread of the infection. These mobility restrictions impacted all sectors of the economy in varying degrees. The business sector was hard hit, though the impact differs across industries. Some businesses, in fact, had to shut down. Take, for instance, a survey conducted by the Department of Trade and Industry in the Philippines indicated that a considerable percentage of businesses were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. A certain percentage even closed shops month by month in 2020 until 2021. The declining percentage of businesses which were closing shop, though, is indicative that some businesses were quick to adapt and innovate, translating the pandemic challenges into new opportunities. They were able to embrace and use technology to digitalize their processes and operations. The flexibility in the work arrangements afforded by e-commerce and online marketing allowed businesses to stay afloat during the pandemic. Hence, further increases in unemployment were abated and global output slowly recovered. E-commerce and online marketplaces flourished during the pandemic and until today, leading to the growth of the digital economy. Global prices, on the other hand, were stable before 2021. Okay, so it was until 2020 that global prices stayed more or less stable. And when the economy started to get back on track, prices started to rise in 2021 and skyrocketed in 2022. So what could have been behind all these performances of the global economy? Let me just, we know that there are a lot of factors that would lead to this, but let me just cite a few.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for the connection from Ms. Teves to get recovered because in the Philippines there is big raining there, heavy raining.
Okay. Can you hear? Can you see my screen now? Can I be heard? Hello.
Yes, you can be heard.
Can I be heard?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am. Yes, we can see right now, ma'am.
Not yet. Okay. Let me. Oh,
We can see
my
right now.
God.
We can see it, ma'am.
Okay. So what could have been behind all these performances of the global economy? You can see it. Wait. It's really posing challenge. Okay. How can I get back? Sorry, I don't have the control. Wait. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am, we can
Hello?
see. Yeah, we can see clearly.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am, very clear.
Okay. So, what could have been behind the performance of the global economy? So, we know that there are a lot of factors that would contribute the performance of the economy. However, let me just cite a few events, no, which happened just very recently. So, the economic 20, we had the pandemic, which until today it's still with us, but although not anymore that serious. 2021 is the year when a lot of countries were visited by a lot of natural disasters triggered by climate change. And in 2022, we have the Russian-Ukraine war, which is still ongoing. Okay. Okay. So the COVID-19 pandemic shocked the world in 2020. The pandemic resulted to loss of a lot of lives, and the curtailment of people mobility has led to the slowdown of economic activity, business closures, and of course, rising unemployment. There was also a disruption in food and supply chain because of mobility restrictions, exacerbating poverty, more inequality, and food insecurity. Malnutrition and deaths, no, is very common for all countries, and different economies experience health services bottlenecks. Okay, so for the pandemic, as of recently, the recent count as of October 2022, the cumulative number of cases reached as high as 624,394,201. And of course, we have recoveries, but we also have fatality at 1.04%. Okay, so in terms of regional distribution of these cases, it's obvious that for the COVID-19 cases, the European region has the biggest share of the number of cases, followed by the region of the Americas. And out of these more than 624 million COVID-19 cases, there are not something like 604,406,776 deaths, where the region of the Americas accounted for 43.46% of the deaths. Okay, so the coronavirus pandemic has had a significant impact on the global economy. In 2020, the global gross domestic product decreased by 3.4%, while supposedly it was forecast to grow by 2.9%, but the actual was a decrease by 3.4%. As the world's governments are working towards the fast economic recovery, the GDP increased again in 2021 because of the interventions undertaken by the different economies. So that occurred in 2021. Of course, there were disasters in the past, but there were more disasters that happened in 20 typhoons and cyclones, storm surges, global warming, heat waves, and sea level rise. Okay, so let's look at the distribution of the number of disasters in 2021 by continent. Okay, notice that of all the regions, Asia was visited the most number of natural disasters in 2021. Among countries in Asia, Indonesia was or top in terms of the number of disasters that occurred in last year in 2021. Okay, so in terms of the type of disasters that happened in 2021, the top type of disaster was flooding. The world recorded 223 incidents of flooding in 2021, and then storm followed by storm. Okay, so here is the data for the countries with the most number of natural disasters in 2021. Top in the list is United States, and followed by Indonesia. Philippines ranked 5th. Okay, Malaysia is also among the top 10. Okay, so wildfire, although not so common in Asia, but there were so many wildfires occurring in 2021. Okay. So according to the World Resource Institute, there is a loop between fires and climate. Okay, so it said that global warming will trigger hotter and drier conditions, and which will lead to easy burning. So there large areas are burned, So with more fires happening, there will be more carbon dioxide emission, no? Which will again trigger more global warming. Okay, and just last August, Pakistan was visited by flood, no, with more than 30 million people affected. Okay. So what are the human impact of disasters? Of course, we know basically it will cost so many lives. Okay. And for Asia, the share of deaths of Asia, no, as part of the impact of disasters is 48.7%, followed by the Americas. Okay, that's for 2021 because Asia has had the most number of disaster episodes. Okay, so here is the comparative data, no, between 2001 to 2020 and for 2021 alone. So notice that from 2001 to 2020, there were only a total of 61,212 disasters. But for 2021 alone,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be patiently waiting our keynote speaker because she has a connection problem in the Philippines. Right now in the Philippines has a very heavy rain. So we have to wait.
okay. Can you see my screen now? I hope you can see my screen now. Okay, so the
Not yet,
natural
ma'am.
disasters do not only lead to loss of lives, but there are also economic losses associated with disasters. So notice that here is a distribution of the economic. You cannot yet see.
Not yet, ma'am.
Wait. Can you see that? Why is that? I am already screening, so I'll stop sharing. Okay, it's really unfortunate that I have a very poor connectivity.
It's okay, ma'am. We understand.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I hope you can see my screen now. So, okay, as what I've mentioned, natural disasters do not only entail loss of lives, but there will also be economic losses associated with disasters. So here is the data for 2021, the distribution of economic losses by region. So for Asia, we have for 2021, our share of the economic losses is 18.9% of the total economic losses for the world. Okay. Okay. So economic losses in billion US dollars by disaster type. From 2001 to 2020, for a period of 20 years, the total economic loss was only 153.8 billion US dollars. But it is even lesser than the 252.1 billion US dollars economic losses that occurred only in 1 year, and that's for only 2021. So the worst year for the world in terms of natural disasters. So there are a lot of economic losses associated with the disasters. So climate change increases the likelihood, frequency, intensity of extreme weather events. And whether we like it or not, or whether you would say you do not agree, but problems related to climate change is long-standing. It has been with us for so many years already, but the impact, the degree of its impact is really getting more, okay, or higher. So it increases the cost of disasters to life, property, and livelihood. Disasters can also lead to the disruption of production and supply chains, exacerbating poverty and food insecurity. Okay, so that's for 2021. And for this year, we are being challenged by the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. Although we are not party to the war, but then we are also feeling the effect of the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. So there is loss to lives and property and livelihood, no? Not only for the countries involved in the war, but also for countries who are dependent on the income of workers, and of course for goods that we import, we probably import from these two countries. So there are disruptions of global supply chain impeding the flow of goods, fueling a dramatic cost increase and product shortages, and creating catastrophic food shortages around the world. So no wonder we are actually, like in the Philippines, we are experiencing okay, having said all those, we know that these factors, climate change, natural disasters, the pandemic, the ongoing war, are affecting all countries of the globe. So the world's problem on natural disasters, for example, exacerbated by climate change, is disasters can strike anywhere and anytime, and destroying lives, livelihoods, and properties. And of course, affecting economies. COVID-19 pandemic, on the other hand, is almost over. Hopefully, I'm right that it's almost over. But it's leaving traces of economic destruction resulting from lockdowns, no mobility restrictions, travel bans, mix can any other forms of pandemic can strike anytime. In fact, before, no, I mean, siguro last year, maybe last year or early this year, we heard about the monkeypox virus, and so we can be afraid of the other forms of pandemics that may strike. Then the global economic performance is influenced by the different shocks and challenges with all this. It is actually the business sector and the poor who bear the brunt of the impact. Talking in
Ladies and gentlemen, we are hoping that our keynote speaker can come back soon. Seems that the internet connection is still the problem there. In the meantime, please prepare questions for Miss Maria Teves. So after she concluded, you can ask the questions. So the questions can be delivered into our chat room, or you can just raise your hand to ask our keynote speaker, Miss Maria Rizala Teves, PhD. While waiting for her to come back, please prepare the questions with you. And our Q&A will be in 10 minutes. Or do you have the questions already, ladies and gentlemen? So you can put it in the chat room. Please don't be shy and please prepare your questions. There will be very interesting session if you have questions to Ms. Teves. Committee, is it possible for us to proceed to the next speaker? And then we will resume all the questions.
Okay, sir, please. Mr. Kiki? Mr. Kiki?
Yes. Can we proceed to the next speaker?
Yes, please proceed to the next keynote speaker.
All right. Thank you. Right. While we are waiting for Miss Maria Rizala Teves, PhD, to come back to our room here, I'm going to invite our second speaker. Our second speaker is Associate Professor Ruhaini Muda, PhD, from the Faculty of Business Management, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. To Associate Professor Ruhaini Muda, PhD, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
very clear.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to join this international conference on business and economics 2022, organized with and the collaborators. First of all, I would like to thank the head of school, Dr. Sri Rizaki, and the head of foundation, Mr. Susanto, and also Mr. Sufiantan, member of Republic of Indonesia Parliament, and other keynote speakers, as well as all the participants. So today I would like to present, shall I share the screen?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, can you see this, my screen?
Yes, ma'am, very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I'm so happy to be invited and join the first international conference on business and economics organized by Eka Prasetya Sekolah Tinggi Indonesia, Sekolah Tinggi Economics Indonesia, The theme is on the global economic and business recovery strategy moving forward 2023. So basically, my presentation is focusing on fostering trust and adding values towards a sustainable social finance ecosystem. So what I'm talking is from the perspective of how previously we are talking about output. So now we are moving towards on the talking about impact. Okay, so my presentation is basically arranged. The first one, I will discuss on the introduction on a significant contribution of social finance for economic recovery in the global context. And second, I will discuss on the developing a research context, particularly a case study from Malaysia, and findings, conclusion, and way forward. So I also would like to thank Prof. Teres just now. She talking about a very detailed about the impact of current economic situation, where I would say that from my perspective, I would divide into three. Okay, basically, the main issue is about globally we are affected by pandemic globally. And this is a very unprecedented situation where the impact is globally impacted, especially in terms of healthcare system. And second, we have also witnessed with the global climates. So this is very important key factors which are affecting our economic situation. And finally, recently, we also got the news in terms of the global war and also tensions across global. So this will be affecting the supply chain directly. So in the case of our situation, whereby if we are talking about academic situation or also the social perspective, we are focusing on how in our context, we are able to contribute to the significant transition that are shaping the world we live in. So what I'm trying to say is that we are having these issues. So as a unit of social, how we should move forward. So this is I referring from some reports, okay, global reports. If you see, I also aware that this is not only affecting the ASEAN. We are talking about the global scenario where globally we see the challenge, okay, towards economics and also political. So this would be significantly affecting our country as a whole, and also what I'm talking about today, I'm focusing on the social landscape. So as a unit of social, so this is the most vulnerable sector which be affecting our daily life, and also a very important component of economic and also a country that is a social sector. So today I would like to share and bring the global challenges on economics and businesses from perspective of social landscape. So if we discuss in terms of economics, you'll see about the supply and demand. So the social, here we are talking about the suffering of society. So what a model which we can discuss, which able to help the society and also benefited the focusing on the well-being of the society, because the society would especially will be suffering a lot due to the global uncertainty, also the political uncertainty. Okay, so here I would like to share, as we heard just now from Prof. Maria, okay, she discussed a lot about the impact on the economic situation, whether we have a global crisis, war, and also the climate change. This information, I'm trying to show that how a significant social and economic impact of the global situation. So you can see here, the most important challenges we are facing due to these challenges is, for example, we are talking about the inflation and also the healthcare system, access to the quality of healthcare. If you see during the pandemic, where different types of country, for example, developed country and developing country, and also if you're talking about the African continent, we have a different access of quality of healthcare. If you are talking about, for example, regarding the access to get information and also the vaccine, okay, during the pandemic. And another situation where we are talking about the climate change, okay. So the perspective of climate change is different from the European countries as well as the ASEAN country. But previously we'll see that most of the climate change discussed in the perspective of European or the developed countries as compared to the ASEAN countries. But in terms of the social and economic impacts, we have more affected. Okay, we are talking about the ASEAN countries because the geographical factors, or maybe in terms of how we are able to cope with the spending on focusing on the climate change as well as the natural disaster. The recent situation globally, if we see that in terms of the global conflicts, whether we are talking about China and US tension, as well as Russia and Ukraine, and also the conflict in the European countries, where we have also heard about the new appointed political in UK. So even though this is a global landscape, as a country, a developing country like Malaysia, Philippines, and also Indonesia, we are significantly affected with this situation. So especially in terms of the dependence on the global trade, also supply chain, if you are talking about the transportation and also the food supply, the food securities. In the case of Malaysia, I'm focusing about how this situation would be affected the social well-being. So today, I would like to share a way forward. What in Malaysia we have done, even though this model is not a new model, but we introduce a kind of different perspective of the PPP approach modeling. So this is a teamwork where we are assigned by the government agency as well as the private to discuss about how the model is formed and also how is applicable this model to be used in Malaysia. So today I would like to share a kind of what we call the PPP approach, the public-private partnership approach towards discussing how to develop the social sector. In Malaysia, the social sector, we call it sometimes referring to the third sector. So we have the economic sector, the industry, and also the government sector, as the private sector, as well as social sector. So today I would like to share our works on the social sector, how this PPP approach able to improve and will be applicable to enhance the well-being of the society. So technically, the PPP approach underlying the three main characteristics, that is transformative, socially inclusive, and sustainable. So I would like to discuss further what is actually the PPP approach. This is not new, but then in the case of Malaysia, how we do this to apply to the social sector. So by definition, the PP partnership is introduced by World Bank, but here technically the model involves of three main components. There is government, private, and also the government referring to the public, private, and also the society itself. So during the pandemic, especially, it starts before the pandemic. This work we done before the pandemic, whereby the application of this model by the government, named Agensi Inovasi, they provide a financing mechanism to involve the private sector to finance the social project. But the government, that is a public, would be the trustee of the project to make sure the delivery of and utilization of the finance would be benefited the society. So the issue here before the pandemic, and also critical when you see during the pandemic itself, the mechanism of financing on the social sector is very severe, whereby the private sector would focus on their business activity, so they will be put some of their what we call here in Malaysia CSR, okay, corporate social responsibility, to pump in financing the public activities, which be directly affected the society. So this is a very good approach, whereby this model would be a very kind of unique financing to the social sector. So the issue is that how this model would be sustainable. So here I would like to share, this is what in Malaysia we have what we call it a social outcome fund. So SOF is actually a mechanism, funding mechanism from a private funder to government, through government, to utilize by social sector. So the private funder will give the money to the SPO, okay, social purpose organization, the SPO, or sometimes in Malaysia they call it as NGO, who are really attached or very near to the society, but they are lacking of funding to make activities or benefited by the society. So in Malaysia, we introduce this approach whereby the private funder would fund the social projects which undertake by the SPO. And then the government would be as intermediary, whereby as a trustee, the government would make sure that SPO would deliver this activity to benefit the society through financing by the private funder. So if the SPO able to perform very well, and the impact or benefited information, or also utilizing the money by society is evidence, so therefore the government will pay back the amount of money contributed by private funder. So this money will the private funder will get back their money. So this model is very interesting because the approach is that the partnership between private companies, okay, regardless whether they are listed or non-listed companies or businesses, who would willing to contribute to the society but have less capability in terms of direct engagement with the society. But the SPO or NGO is the one who are very expert in terms of engaging with the society. However, the the issue is that a lack of trust by the public as well as the industry itself that NGO or SPO are not able to deliver, whereby the society not able to benefit all of the funding activities. So therefore, in this model, the government would become a trustee. So monitoring whether the SPO are able to deliver their tasks and to encourage the private funder to fund these social projects to make sure that the money is really benefited. So in the case of this model, when well, so the government will refund all the money to the private funder. So this is the model, but the lacking is that who will be the independent assessment of this model. So our team is appointed as what we call it as an independent impact assessor. So what our role is that we monitoring the activities and also the spending by SPO. So if they are able to deliver and also to show the evidence of impact, where we also involve with the activities of SPO just to get involved in terms of the evidence of the impact to the society. So we would provide the report to the government and the government will decide if this is evidence, they obtain the evidence, so they will refund all the private funder. So the advantage of this is that the utilization of the money and the society really benefit in terms of the well-being of the society. So here I would like to share some of the projects under this model, okay, whereby you can see here the society have benefited a lot from social outcome fund. So for example, we have discussing about the poverty, whereby during the pandemic, the group of people who live in city, but they have a very minimum income to survive during the pandemic. So this project is very benefited where the NGO involved, engage with them and coach this group to evaluate this component, so whereby to make the group sustain during the pandemic and after the pandemic. So another interesting project that is access to the education. This project is also involve 10 Orang Asli villages. So the Orang Asli is the community, we call it as a remote community where they live outside the city. And then, so the NGO will go to this and train among the Orang Asli to have a good access or a quality access to the education. So this project is very successful. So all the SPO delivered and the society really get the benefit and the well-being improved with the evidence. So what I'm suggesting here, way forward to recover from, we're talking about the economics and the business, which directly related to as a potential funding to the society, okay? Or we call it as a social sector. So, but the issue is that the society, as well as the businesses and the corporation, they have a gap between trusting whether this money is really benefited by the society. Due to this approach of PPP approach, we can say that the impact assessment on the project is very important. So therefore, we come out with the social impact assessment in terms of this activity to prove that all these money or the financing would be benefited to the well-being of the society, we are not only talking about output, we are talking about impact, impacting the society. So next, we discuss a kind of, when we talk about the funding from the economic sector or the businesses, the one in Malaysia, there is a unique funding mechanism available, that is, we call it as corporate zakat. In Malaysia, those companies, especially on the Islamic banking, if they are governed by Bank Negara Malaysia, okay, they are required to pay corporate zakat. However, other types of corporation, they are required or they are encouraged to pay zakat to be utilized by the social sector. So what I'm trying to say is that the corporation will pay zakat, corporate zakat, to the government, because in Malaysia we have a centralized organization or institution who collect the corporate zakat and disburse this money to the well-being of the society. But the issue is that the lack of trust by the corporation, whether the money is really utilized by the corporation towards the well-being of the society. So what we suggest is that in this scenario where the money is really needed to be utilized by the society and also to improve the well-being of the society, there should be a mechanism whereby there would be a body, a trusted body, whether in terms of an organization appointed by the government or the private organization who are able to analyze in terms of assessment of impact. So this would be a good evidence to promote the trust from the organization to pay more corporate zakat to be utilized to the society. We are lucky in Malaysia. Malaysian government have many initiatives to promote this industry in terms of we are talking about the financial industry and also the economic situation and also businesses towards utilizing their corporate social responsibility fund towards utilizing by the society. So there are many white papers and also development of, we call it a government initiative or blueprint to provide or to give awareness to the businesses as well as the corporation to move together towards focusing on the well-being of the society. So in Malaysia, there are evidence, if you can see that even before pandemic and also during the pandemic itself, we can say that the businesses would be badly affected. But the evidence in Malaysia, based on the collection of zakat and also the total payers of the corporate zakat, you will see there is increment in terms of total collection is more than 5%. And also the number of payers by businesses is reaching 47%. Meaning to say, even though in terms of the crisis or the other economic issue affecting the industry, there are people or businesses or organizations who are willing to contribute to the society. But the challenge is that how we can increase the trust of the financier, that is the organization, on the well-being of the society. So here I would like to provide some information. This is the reality whereby in the case of the corporation, so they really spend their CSR and as well as the corporate zakat to benefited by the society. So the evidence during 2020 where our healthcare system is badly affected. So we have many corporation and organization as well as businesses come forward to contribute their fund to the development of the society. This is only example whereby we have healthcare development and also education as well as the other specific community engagement as what I discussed before in terms of orang asli, also in terms of the poverty in the city. So this is roughly the idea whereby how the strategy to improve or to bridge the gap between funder, that is the organization and businesses, towards utilizing by the society. So what we did, our team have been appointed as impact assessment, okay, for the project. So basically we are trying to identify the input, output, outcome, and also we provide evidence of impact. So the impact itself is not about, we are talking about how much they are spending or how much is the businesses give the money to the society or the SPO or NGO to be utilized by the society, but we provide evidence. It's not only about numbers, we provide the evidence in terms of short term and also medium terms and as well as the long term. Such as if we are talking about a project for orang asli, the project would be 1 year whereby we provide evidence that how the teacher in that area are able to get engaged to the society, that is the children, and how the children benefited in terms of attendance and also the quality access to the quality of education. So I almost end my presentation. Before we end, it's not only about talking about moving from output to impact, but we also suggest how this social impact information should be reported. So if you are aware that globally, we are talking about the ESG, all the companies, especially the corporation, are moving towards the ESG, economics, social, and governance. So the way we are reporting the information, we also should focus more on the social impact information. So what we are suggesting is that besides assessment of impact, the corporation and also an organization should also focus on how we should report, okay, reporting the social impact. So this would improve or foster the trust of the funder towards the well-being of the society. So my conclusion from this presentation is that if you are talking about linking the theme of this conference, that is Global Economy and Business Recovery Strategy Way Forward 2023. So in terms of a social landscape perspective, we would suggest that it is a very good approach of PPP, whereby the need of the impact assessment, especially the social impact assessment, as a mechanism to improve the trust between the funder and also with the society who benefited most from the social funding, should be improved in terms of doing things and also reporting that information. So we can say that this would be enhanced if this mechanism would be enhanced and effective delivery of social development program and also foster trust among the stakeholders. Stakeholders here, we are talking about the government, the private sector, as well as the society itself. It is a collaborative effort towards our nation building. So I think that's all from my presentation. If you have any question, I would love, or if you have anything to share, I'm also grateful and happy to have your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Ruhaini Muda, PhD, for a very insightful and wonderful and impactful presentation about a significant contribution of social finance for economic recovery in Malaysia. Well, I have taken some notes about what you have given to us, what you have presented to us. That is very interesting for maybe for Indonesia to copy this solution or this way. You started with how can an academic world contribute to the significant transition in shaping the world we live, and the solution from your end, from Malaysia, is to create what we call as the PPP approach modeling in order to impact what the companies and the governments can contribute to the society. And I have also taken some notes that there are three characteristics that can be applied through this PPP approach modeling. First is transformative, second is socially inclusive, and the third is sustainable. And it is very wonderful to see how Malaysia can create this SOV, or social outcome fund, and to work together with the government and also the NGO and also the cooperate. So maybe as a neighboring country, Indonesia can also look up to this model, because it is very interesting to see how these three entities can work together to impact to the society. But I need to ask a very interesting question to you first. Later on, maybe we can invite our participants. And you said that government can repay to private funders, which is in this case is the corporate world, right? And what kind of activities of this repayment to these private funders that can be shown to the corporate funders or private funders, ma'am?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kiki. So it's a very relevant question. So before that, I also would like to actually acknowledge that from my observation and also research, we found that Indonesia is very far forward in terms of the social sector, because I also Indonesia sangat dekat pada diri saya, okay, because I have many students, Indonesian students, postgraduate students in our university, and also as my students, they are doing a very good social modeling in terms of governance, and also issue of the accountability and also governance in the public sector of Indonesian government. So as a supervisor, I'm coaching them, and also closely work and understand the social sector in Indonesia is very unique as compared to Malaysia, whereby and I would say that Indonesia is very advanced in terms of mechanism, as well as the way the government focus on the social sector. Going back to your question, is that how the PPP model composed of the government and also the private sector, as well as the SPO is representing the activities who will focus on the social activities. So in this model, what the government will identify, the government itself is representing by the agency. That is we call it as agency inovasi, where this agency is tasked to identify funders who are willing to fund their money in terms of the social corporate responsibility to a certain project. For example, a project from, we call it NASOM. NASOM is SPO who have a very expert engaging with the special children. Okay, so NASOM are the SPO who are willing to manage the special children to improve the activities and also the well-being of the special children in terms of education, whereby the government, that is an agency inovasi, identify the funder from corporation who willing to spend amount, for example, 400,000 per year for specifically funded the NASOM project to develop the quality education for special children. And then the government is a trustee. So we have been appointed as external assessor to make sure that this project give evidence of output as well as impact. So we need to evaluate quarterly the project done by NASOM for the children. And then once the assessment is completed quarterly, so the reimbursement of money is done by the government, but the money is from the funder. So once the project completed for duration of 1 year and the evidence of the children, the special children really benefited from this project, so there will be a report from us as external or independent impact assessment or SSO, and engage and acknowledge with the SPO, and we provide this a kind of audit, okay, in the accounting. So the government will discuss with the funder if the project is classified as a successful 100%. So the government will refund all 400,000 ringgit to the funder. So in a way, it is a good value change where the funder or businesses willing to help a certain category of society, but they have lacking of capability to go directly to the society. Therefore, they appoint, it's not they appoint, the government appoint a specific listed SPO who are very expert in this area to engage with the society. And this model works very well. If it is the case, so the funder will get 100% of the money. So we can see here that the cooperation between all unit of entities, that is the government, funder, and SPO, will make the model successful. That's all, my Mr. Kiki.
Yes, very clear. It's very clear. Thank you so much. We have another questions from the student actually. The question is how inclusive is this distribution of zakat to a very diverse Malaysian community?
Okay, it's also very good question because in Malaysia, we have a centralized government appoint an institution to centralize collection and also distribution of the zakat. So here today, I'm talking about the corporate zakat. So I'm not very sure because in Indonesia, what I know that in Indonesia, they have decentralized the zakat collection due to the very diverse geographical sector. But in Malaysia, we have a centralized and governed by the government. The institution is governed by the government. Today, I'm talking about the corporate zakat to show that how the businesses and organization are able to directly give a benefit to the society through corporate zakat. So the question of whether how the distribution is diverse or inclusive all the society. In Malaysia, we have an organization who collect the zakat, regardless corporate zakat, all type of zakat, and distribute to the society. So in terms of the exclusivity, whether is include which type of category. So of course, as we know that zakat itself by definition must be confined to the 8 asnaf. Okay, so they make sure that the rank based on the economic situation, only this type of receiver or recipients are entitled to that. Okay, so regardless whether who provide the corporate zakat, the distribution will confine to these 8 category. But in terms of, for example, in our university, as you know that we are a public university, and we also offer to less fortunate students with less income. Here we call it as B40, which means their family income is below 40% of the population. So we also provide zakat for them to fund their school here or fees as well as their daily needs. So if you are talking about the question about the exclusivity or inclusive of the need, by definition, it must confine to the 8 categories. But then in terms of the definition of the categories, we are very open in terms of the definition of category. For example, in terms of the students, and also the need for their education also include in the recipient of zakat.
Thank you. Thank you, Associate Professor Ruhaini Muda. We have actually 3 more questions, and because your discussion is very interesting. And the next question is there any aid or zakat distribution to migrant workers in Malaysia?
Oh, okay. By definition, zakat itself is very diverse, regardless who are you, where you are from. Okay, you are as long as you are defined in these 8 categories, so you are entitled to get zakat, to receive zakat. So my experience during I'm in the UK, we also have a UK Zakat Foundation. They are also defining the recipient of zakat from these 8 perspectives. Okay, but the category, whether the priority based on a different priority. For example, in Malaysia, we also give the priority to the poor, regardless who they are. And then by definition, we also provide to the students, because in Malaysia, the government is very concerned about improving the country through the education. So who you are, we also have a foreign students in Malaysia. If they are entitled to get this, they are welcome to get apply for this one.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question, how the government or the private funder or the corporation choose the NGO or the SOV for this kind of activity, for the PPP approach modeling?
Okay, thank you. I'm talking about my experience and also our engagement, the team engagement during the project. During the project, we have 8 selected projects. So the government advertised the call for funding, as well as identifying the certain structure of the issue, the community issue or society issue, the significant society issue. For example, we are talking about the first one is the remote communities, that is orang asli. So they really need to have access to the quality education. And also identifying, for example, Nasum just now, I talking about the special children. They really need a good quality place whereby when their parents need to go to work, and who will take care of them. So another example is the drugs. Okay, so we also have a project where the drug addicts, whereby really affected their close relative, for example, mother, father, children, and also wife or husband. So who should take care of them? They also have a pressing situation whereby they need to be heard about, and also there need to be somebody who can get a good information to manage their, for example, psychology, and also financially. So the government identify the social issue, and then they call for a proposal. Proposal here, we are talking about the SPO who have a good track record will provide their proposal, okay, and prove that their capability, and also the targeted and the evidence, the potential evidence where they are able to do it based on the track record. Whereby the government also promote the funder, okay, who are, because the funder itself, for example, in their corporate CSR fund, they already have their pillars. For example, if you're talking about, I give one example, if you are aware about Petronas, or in Indonesia, we have Pertamina. So they are very concerned about the sustainability or energy, climate change. So these interests or the activities of the organization, they link to the social issue. Okay, for example, in Sarawak, we have an issue of the climate change, or also the reach of getting a quality water. So this kind of organization, they link their business activity to the social issue directly. So for those who are interested, the government will match, and then we have a agreement on the delivery and also the funding, and the funder will give money to the SPO directly with the monitoring by the government. So the government appoint external assessor to evaluate the project. So the question of selecting the funder is from the government who identify a social issue to link with their business activities.
Thank you, ma'am. Are you ready for more questions?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because this discussion is very interesting and there's so many questions from the student. Actually, we got one question: how many % of a company profit must be donated as zakat? And will zakat be considered as CSR, corporate social responsibility, or it is another form?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very relevant question, because if you're talking about how much the company or the organization should pay zakat, because I'm talking about the Malaysian scenario, whereby method of calculation, how much they have to pay, we have a different methods. For example, we have several methods in terms of how much they need to pay, but the rate itself is definite, which means from that amount that is 2.5%. So if you're talking about the net profit itself, okay, the net profit itself, if the company use the net profit method, so which means 2.5% from the net profit. Okay, whereby some companies, they use a different method. Okay, we call it as the asset method. So they evaluate their asset, how much, and they have a certain calculation where they can get more information from the zakat institution on coaching them how to evaluate or to calculate. But the amount itself is 2.5%. Okay, so another question is that Mr. Kiki just now, how they calculate, and then
and do you think that this zakat is the same with the CSR?
Okay. So okay, for organization, the big organization, usually zakat itself is compulsory. Compulsory in terms of, but in Malaysia it's not compulsory. They are trying to pay zakat to show that they are compliance. What we call it from the theory perspective, there is a legitimacy. So legitimate. So if you are paying zakat, for example, McDonald's in Malaysia, they are paying zakat. They show that if they pay zakat, the product is halal, for example. So they are tying that promote with to say that they are very concerned about halal issue because there is a food in the case of Malaysia. But in terms, at the same time, they also have their CSR fund because zakat itself is very confined to the certain recipient. Whereas the CSR, usually they have a different perspective where they are not confined to the recipient. But for your information, interestingly, in Malaysia, we also have a clause that is corporation, they can get wakalah. Wakalah means they pay zakat to the zakat institution, for example, 2.5%. If the amount is above certain value, for example, they pay 5 million, so they can get back 35% of their zakat to be utilized by the company. So which means the company will get back some amount, and they are free to do their activities, but confined to the selected recipient, means the asnaf. So meaning to say the question of whether different, yes, there are different money, but sometimes some organization who manage zakat fund and also CSR fund are in the same unit sometimes, but not all company. It depends on the structure of the company.
Wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much. I got another questions from the student. I hope you can accept this question.
Okay.
You said before that there is an independent impact assessor, right, for monitoring and supervising this PPP. Is this group or institution consists of academicians or consists from the government officers or what?
Okay. I would like to talk about our experience, our team experience. So we have been appointed as an independent assessor, but to be appointed, they also require us to prove our activities and the track record. And we also compete with other private institutions as well as the consultant to get this project. So we have been awarded based on our track record in the social sector. So if you are talking about whether they are academician or businesses or private sector, they are very. Okay? But for this specific project, we have been appointed, and most of us from academician. And we also have a very good engagement with the private sector, and as well as based on our previous work. But we work closely with the government to do our report, and then also with the entity, private funder, and also with the SPO.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any
thank
questions
you.
from the Philippine students? You are open to ask Ma'am Rohaini, PhD, to ask maybe compared to your country's condition or situation. If not, we got I think that's the end of our session, ma'am. Thank you so much for wonderful explanation and also insightful presentation about what is happening in Malaysia to impact to the society, a significant contribution of social finance for economic recovery in the case of Malaysia. We are very delighted to hear the presentation from you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I also would like to thank the organizer, especially Dr. Sri Rizki, to give this opportunity. So we also welcome collaboration with other collaborator from Philippines and Malaysia as well as Indonesia. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to welcome our third speaker, Dr. Sofian Tan. He is one of the Indonesian parliament members that has been served and represented North Sumatra province for more than a decade. And he is a philanthropist who focuses on addressing education and economic issues in North Sumatra and Indonesia. To Dr. Sofian Tan, we'd like to invite you, and the floor is yours.
Terima kasih, Mas Kiki, para peserta International Business and Economic Conference yang saya hormati. Saya diberi tugas untuk menyampaikan tentang tantangan bisnis pada tahun 2023 tentang setelah pandemi. Saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa kondisi ekonomi pada tahun 2023 hampir bisa dipastikan pertumbuhan ekonomi kita di seluruh dunia akan melemah, sehingga antisipasi terhadap berbagai hal dan strategi bagi para profesional muda maupun pengusaha, atau menjadi salah satu pelajaran bagi para mahasiswa yang sebagai peserta International Business and Economic Conference ini. Apa yang mendasari pertumbuhan ekonomi yang akan melambat? Yang pertama, kita tahu bahwa setelah pandemi COVID, recovery ekonomi kita masih belum menunjukkan kemajuan yang pesat. Yang kedua, persoalan antara konflik di Ukraina antara Rusia dan Ukraina tersebut, tentu ini menjadi salah satu persoalan yang menyebabkan harga-harga minyak naik, dan kita tahu bahwa Ukraina juga sebagai salah satu penghasil untuk pembuatan pupuk, sehingga pupuk juga meningkat harganya. Yang ketiga adalah persaingan antara dua raksasa ekonomi dunia, antara Republik Rakyat Tiongkok dan United States, Amerika Serikat. Tentu ini adalah memicu satu persaingan yang akan menyebabkan ekonomi yang semakin mengalami persoalan yang sangat berat. Dan tentunya juga yang keempat berkaitan dengan isu pemanasan global, di mana pemanasan global yang terjadi telah terjadi kelainan cuaca yang ada, menyebabkan hasil panen dan sebagainya itu menjadi sangat terganggu. Nah, inilah beberapa 4 hal yang menurut saya ini akan membuat perekonomian akan melambat. Nah, karena itu strategi apa yang harus dilakukan untuk menjawab tantangan tersebut? Yang pertama, tentu perusahaan-perusahaan harus mampu melakukan efisiensi terhadap perusahaannya. Contohnya adalah bahwa pasti akan terjadi pengurangan karyawan. Yang akan dilakukan adalah hanya memilih karyawan-karyawan yang punya kemampuan skill untuk mendukung perusahaan tersebut. Yang kedua, strategi yang dilakukan tentu harus mampu menekan biaya. Nah, yang dilakukan ini pada tahun 2023 itu ada kecenderungan strategi orang tidak lagi membangun bangunan untuk bikin kantor dan sebagainya, tetapi lebih kebanyakan akan melakukan sewa gedung dan sebagainya. Yang ketiga, tentu strategi yang harus dilakukan adalah bagaimana meningkatkan skill daripada karyawannya terhadap isu-isu yang ada. Ya. Dan yang keempat harus mampu melihat pada tahun 2023, sekalipun ekonomi melemah, pertumbuhan ekonomi melemah, tetapi juga akan ada kata orang di balik kesulitan itu akan muncul peluang. Nah, di Indonesia itu kebetulan pada tahun 2023 jelas ada yang namanya pesta demokrasi yang dimulai. Tentu hal ini akan memberikan peluang bisnis bagi banyak pihak yang berkaitan dengan advertising, berkaitan tentang pembuatan souvenir, dan jasa-jasa itu akan sangat meningkat pada tahun 2023. Artinya, perusahaan-perusahaan yang melihat itu harus mengalihkan strategi untuk menjawab tantangan-tantangan tersebut. Dan tentu yang bisa kita katakan adalah bahwa strategi terhadap kemampuan, karena bagaimanapun Indonesia ataupun negara yang lain di saat orang menghadapi perekonomian yang melemah, tapi di balik itu banyak orang yang saya lihat dalam tanda kutip yang mengalami stres, ingin refreshing. Bagi yang punya dana, dia akan menggunakan dananya untuk refreshing, berarti itu akan meningkatkan dari segi pariwisata. Nah, pariwisata itu tentu juga akan memberikan peluang terhadap berbagai sektor, dari sektor pertanian, sektor kelautan, yang tentu banyak orang akan menikmati makanan dan sebagainya, termasuk jasa. Dan saya melihat bahwa hotel juga akan memiliki peluang terhadap. Nah, berkaitan dengan semuanya ini, maka saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa setiap orang harus bisa membaca apa yang menjadi tren ke depan pada saat ini. Saya kira ini sedikit gambaran bagaimana menghadapi tantangan bisnis pada tahun 2023. Tentu yang terakhir bahwa tantangan tersebut tentu dengan berbagai campur tangan dari berbagai regulasi daripada pemerintah, khususnya kalau di Indonesia regulasi yang dilakukan oleh pemerintahan Jokowi dengan berbagai cara untuk mengatasi berbagai tantangan yang ada. Salah satu itu adalah bagaimana meningkatkan penghasilan tambahan bagi masyarakat kelas bawah yang tentunya yang paling berdampak terhadap kenaikan bahan pokok dan yang dipicu oleh kenaikan BBM yaitu minyak. Nah, karena itu subsidi-subsidi yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah kepada pemerintahan Jokowi kepada masyarakat yang terdampak itu adalah juga salah satu hal yang akan membuat tantangan bisnis yang lemah itu bisa memperbaiki kesulitan yang dialami oleh masyarakat bawah. Saya kira ini yang sebagai sumbangsi saya bagi peserta terhadap peserta internasional bisnis dan ekonomi conference. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak Dr. Sofyan Tan. Izinkan saya untuk concluding remarks in English ya Pak. So ladies and gentlemen, Thank you so much, Dr. Sofyan Tan, for a wonderful insights and comprehension notes about the challenges that we are facing after the pandemic. I'm going to conclude your remark in English that we have so many challenges before and after the pandemics because our economic is weakening, and we need to have strategies that we need to apply because there are so many factors that that make our economy is weakening. First is the war between Russia and Ukraine, which is impacting the global chain in the world, and also the competition between two economic in the world, China and United States of America. And also the last factor is the global warming, which causes disruption in harvesting and farming in the world. And there are strategies that we need to take as individual or as organization. First is individual and companies must do efficiency. And we have to, the reality is many companies have to lay off the laborers, and we have to choose the highly skilled laborers only. And the companies need to suppress the costs, like not build a new building, but also to lease the building, like having the co-working space, etc. And we need also to upgrade skills and also our competitions and competitiveness so that we can compete not only with the local but also in the region. And the last one is improving our tourism industry to make our economic growth resilient. So everyone must be able to know and to read the opportunity and how can the global pandemic make us ready to face another challenges in the future, because we know that the pandemic like the COVID-19 can happen again anytime soon. So we have to be prepared. I think that's all. If you have any questions, please chat and provide in the chat room. But before that, I would like to ask Dr. Sofyan Tan. Pak Dr. Sofyan Tan, saya ingin bertanya kepada Bapak. Kita tahu bahwa Indonesia adalah salah satu negara yang cukup resilient. Artinya ketika pandemi menyerang kita, kita bisa bangkit dan masih bisa mempertahankan ekonomi yang positif dibandingkan negara-negara lain di dunia. Kira-kira apa yang membuat orang Indonesia itu bisa menjadi sangat resilient di tengah-tengah global pandemic dan di tengah-tengah ancaman dunia seperti perang di Ukraine dan Rusia? Terima kasih, Pak.
Ya, ini adalah pertanyaan yang sangat menarik. Banyak orang bertanya kenapa Indonesia bisa bertahan, malahan Indonesia termasuk negara yang pertumbuhan ekonominya itu lebih stabil di Asia ini setelah Tiongkok. Apa persoalannya? Tentu yang pertama, kecepatan pemerintahan Jokowi ya, dalam mempercepat dan menyediakan vaksin bagi penduduknya. Itu adalah salah satu motivasi, satu tindakan yang menyebabkan masyarakat Indonesia punya keyakinan diri yang secara tidak langsung, walaupun vaksin tidak bisa menyelesaikan masalah pandemik, tetapi itu meneguhkan hatinya bahwa kita ada harapan. Sehingga masyarakat kita itu, terutama para pengusaha, tetap optimis untuk menjalankan bisnisnya di bidang hal tersebut. Namun yang memicu itu adalah bahwa Indonesia punya sumber daya alam yang berlimpah, yang dimana kita diuntungkan kebutuhan akan energi yang datang daripada negara kita sebagai sumber pertambangan batu bara, nikel, ya, dan termasuklah sawit dan sebagainya. Sehingga menyebabkan Indonesia itu punya penghasilan tambahan pada waktu kurun tahun 2021 itu. Indonesia itu berhasil menambah surplus penghasilan sekitar 530 triliun. Nah, oleh pemerintahan Jokowi, penambahan dana tersebut 530 triliun itu digunakan, karena saya di DPR RI, kebetulan yang membidangin anggaran, dana itu sebagian digunakan untuk memberikan subsidi kepada masyarakat kita yang berada di bawah garis kemiskinan. Selain itu, terus pembangunan infrastruktur tidak pernah berhenti. Ini adalah salah satu yang menyebabkan pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia itu tidak terlalu melemah, ya, malahan boleh dikatakan kita mengalami surplus penghasilan yang di luar dugaan sebesar 530 triliun.
Thank you, Dr. Sofyan Tan. Let me conclude this in English for the international audience. Dr. Sofyan, actually, before I asked the question why Indonesia had so much resilient in facing the pandemic and economic turmoil, and Dr. Sofyan Tan believed that it is because our government has readiness to provide vaccines and also mitigation for the people who were sick during the pandemic. And also Indonesia has a very rich natural resources, abundant natural resources like coal, nickel, and also palm oil. And to our surprise, that Indonesian government actually gained surplus around 530 trillion during the pandemic, after the pandemic. And this fund has been utilized by the government to subsidize to the people who in need, to the poor people. And also the last one, it is because our government never stops to develop our infrastructure so that the infrastructure can help to boost the economic and to ease the logistic supply. Terima kasih Pak Dr. Sofyan Tan. Jika ada lagi mahasiswa ataupun rekan-rekan yang ingin bertanya kepada Dr. Sofyan Tan, saya persilahkan. If you have any more questions to Dr. Sofyan Tan, for those international audience, we welcome you to ask, please. Saya punya pertanyaan kedua, Pak. Pertanyaan kedua ini dari mahasiswa, Pak. Karena Bapak adalah seorang filantropis dari bidang pendidikan, dan banyak sekali dampak yang terjadi di dunia pendidikan ketika pandemi. Salah satunya adalah terjadinya ketimpangan atau kesenjangan antara mahasiswa atau siswa yang ada di daerah terpencil maupun di kota. Kira-kira dari DPR dan MPR sendiri, apa langkah konkret yang bisa dilakukan untuk mengurangi kesenjangan ini, Pak? Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih. Suatu pertanyaan yang baik, bahwa pada saat pandemi ada beberapa kebijakan daripada Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan untuk menjawab persoalan-persoalan yang dihadapi oleh dunia pendidikan, terutama di daerah terpencil. Yang pertama yang dilakukan kebijakannya itu adalah bantuan operasional sekolah yang selama ini harus melalui transfer ke pemerintahan provinsi, dari provinsi ke pemerintahan daerah. Oleh Kementerian Pendidikan, dana tersebut langsung direct ke rekening daripada sekolah. jadi memotong birokrasi, ya, yang disertai dengan penambahan dana operasional tersebut yang selama ini nggak pernah naik. Dan yang ketiga, dari dana operasional tersebut itu diberikan satu kebebasan kepada sekolah itu untuk menggunakan uang itu, karena pada masa pandemi di mana banyak sekolah-sekolah swasta yang tidak terbayar gaji gurunya, ya, akibat tunggakan uang sekolah daripada siswa tersebut, termasuk perguruan tinggi. Nah, operasional dana ini bisa digunakan untuk membayar gaji guru. Nah, terhadap perguruan tinggi ada yang dinamakan uang kuliah tunggal, bantuan uang kuliah tunggal itu UKT itu sebesar 2,4 juta per semester itu kepada mahasiswa yang terancam putus kuliah. Tetapi program Indonesia Pintar untuk kuliah itu ditingkatkan jumlahnya, dan untuk daerah-daerah terpencil dana untuk biaya hidup daripada si mahasiswa itu tergantung pada daerah besaran daripada kemahalan, tingkat indeks kemahalan daerah tersebut. Misalnya kalau untuk Medan itu per bulan itu 950.000, untuk Jakarta 1,4 juta, tapi kalau untuk Papua bisa mencapai 3 juta dan cukup tinggi. Dengan demikian, semakin terpencil daerahnya, uang saku oleh mahasiswa semakin meningkat. Itu adalah upaya pemerintahan kita dalam hal mengatasi soal masalah ketimpangan mahasiswa yang berada di kota maupun di daerah terpencil. Yang selanjutnya juga bahwa bantuan-bantuan, karena pada masa pandemi COVID, ya, maka bantuan-bantuan berupa laptop, komputer itu disebarkan kepada daerah-daerah yang berada di daerah-daerah terpencil tersebut, agar mereka tetap bisa menerima pendidikan yang sama yang seperti yang ada di kota tersebut. Ini kemajuan untuk meningkatkan teknologi di daerah itu juga semakin banyak, sehingga digitalisasi, learning secara digitalisasi itu bisa dijalankan sekalipun pada masa pandemi kita menghadapi tidak ada pertemuan fisik pada waktu itu. Ini adalah kebijakan yang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, yang tentunya atas dasar aspirasi permintaan daripada DPR RI kepada pemerintah untuk mengatasi tentang kesenjangan pendidikan pada masa pandemi itu.
Thank you so much, Pak Dr. Sofyantan, atas jawabannya. And let me conclude a little bit about your answer before I ask that how the government can solve the gap of educational situation in Indonesia between those in remote areas and those in urban areas. And the answer from Dr. Sofyantan that the government has provided operational fund specifically assisted to these students in the remote area, giving them the money and also computers and laptop in order to be distributed, so that these students in the remote area can have the same access to get the education, so that they can have the same opportunity to learn during the pandemic. Terima kasih Bapak Dr. Sofyantan atas jawabannya yang sangat luar biasa dan kesempatannya untuk bisa menghadiri acara International Business and Economic Conference yang diselenggarakan oleh Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Eka Prasetya. Mungkin Bapak ingin meninggalkan karena mungkin ada urusan lagi ya Pak ya yang lebih yang lebih urgent untuk dihadiri. Terima kasih banyak Pak atas nama Sekolah
Sama-sama.
Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Eka Prasetya. Kita bertemu lagi di lain waktu ya Pak. Terima kasih Pak. And then to all the participants, let me announce that we will have break for 1 hour from 11 a.m. to 12 and in Indonesian time, and in Malaysia and the Philippines from 12 to 1 p.m. And of course, I will invite you again after the break, and we will gather here again and to listen to other speakers, to other keynote speakers with their wonderful insights. And please keep and stay with us after 1 hour. Thank you so much. We will be back.
Iya, gua nggak udah masuk kan.
Tenang.
Tapi kok ambil salary yang dari saja ya?
Boleh. Ya, boleh. Ini jangan lupa tulis ya. Mensagem.
Boleh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our International Business and Economic Conference hosted by Eka Prasetya School of Economics and Business. We are going to resume our session for this afternoon after 1 hour break. Once again, I welcome you and please come to our session. And without further ado, I am going to invite our fourth speaker, who is Captain Dr. Joshua Lo Tek Kun. He is currently attached with the School of Business and Administration in University of Wollongong, KDU, UC Malaysia, Penang, Georgetown as a senior lecturer. He is a retired soldier and ventured into the education industry since 2007, and his bachelor's degree was majoring in economics and minoring in political science. He obtained a master's degree in economic management, and his doctoral degree study is in business administration. His interest research areas embraces globalization, economics, organizational performance, leadership, strategic management, innovation, and marketing. And he has attended many conferences and published some research articles since 2016. Therefore, we are going to invite Captain Dr. Joshua Lo Tek Kun to have his own session. Please. So Captain Dr. Joshua Lo Tek Kun, are you ready for this session? Yes, welcome, Captain. IT team, please unmute. Yes, wait a moment, sir. IT team, please unmute for Captain Dr. Joshua Lo Tek Kun.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Captain,
Yeah.
and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So let me off the toast the. Yes, thank you so much. Just now I don't know why I cannot unmute it. Okay, maybe the organization need to unmute it. That's why I cannot deliver. Okay. Selamat tengah hari and good afternoon to everybody. So first and foremost, I would like to thank you, the organizer, Eka Prasetya School of Business and Economics, to invite me as a guest speaker for the International Business and Economic Conference for the year 2022, based on the theme of Global Economic and Business Strategic in 2023. Okay. So don't mind I share my screen now. Can I share my screen? Thank you, thank you. Okay. Where is my screen now? Okay. I share my screen, right? I still can't share my screen, you see. Oh. I don't know why I can't share my screen. Something wrong. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Oh,
Sir, if there is a problem, can you send us the PPT so we can share it from here?
hello. Somebody is monitoring my screen. Suppose I need to share screen. So this is my screen. Is sharing now. Oh, I'm not.
Okay, it comes out already. Okay.
Okay, sir.
It's working. Okay.
Okay. This is my screen. You can see my screen now? Is it everybody?
Yes, very clear, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, for the interruption. So based on the theme of global economics and business recovery strategy that for the conference today, so I have narrowed down the discussion of the scope for the understand about the post-COVID-19 pandemic, and also we understand about the global political and economic spectrum. So the political spectrum and the economic spectrum is very important for us to know about the global business environment or global economic environment as well. Okay. So based on the global political and economic spectrum, so we know that now there is a lot of impact of the hike of interest rate. You know that recently US already increased another 75 point of the interest rate. So what are the effects? How US interest rate affect the world economy? So we need to discuss about it, and also try to explain briefly to share with you what is the anticipation, how the government, the country, businessmen could anticipate to the 2023 economic spectrum. So this is the scope of my presentation. So first and foremost, we talk about the healthcare impact after the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean the post-COVID-19 pandemic. So there are three major impacts. What is the healthcare impact? What is the social impact? And what is the economic impact? Okay. So we know that during the COVID-19, so the WHO reported there are about 200 over countries have affected, okay, spread out the infection of the COVID-19. Okay, so and because of that, a lot of countries lockdown, include Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, and this lockdown, there's all the facility, school, hospital, industry, all locked down, I think in 2020. So, and the whole world is about 600 over million people affected, okay, and about 6 million people died because of it. Okay, this COVID-19, in fact, overburdened the medication industry, mean the healthcare industry, and affected the medical and the clinical personnel. So that we know that the time a lot of people, a lot of countries, they cannot find masks, face mask, cannot find vaccine. This is an issue. Not that that even in the West, in Europe and US, they have lack of ventilator, oxygen, and so forth. Okay, so this happened. There's not enough the economic, medical device. Okay, so because of that, other people they all diagnose other disease, for those that are not diagnosed or infected with the COVID, but they are affected, are not well taken care of because most of the medical are channels medication is channeled to COVID-19 to fight for the COVID-19. This is one of the impact we know about it. And talk about the social. I know that most of the school closed down. Okay. The whole world, you see, just now I mentioned about 200 over country affected. That means 200 over countries, the school locked down. Most of them have to study online. Okay. So not only because of the education and of employment affected. So especially in US, so and in the Europe, so 200 over million of people lost their full-time job. Okay. This indirectly will impact to the economy as well. Okay. And this impact mostly is to the female. Okay, most of the female. Hello. Okay, and most of the sector is from the medium and lower income family affected. Okay, so these are things that affected to the social. Of course, got others social impact also, but the most important is employment and education. Okay, of course, the service industry, like the hospitality industry, the tourism industry, so also affected. Okay, but it's more on economic. So based on this pandemic, okay, so more than 50% is there a household from the developing country, emerging country, okay, doesn't even advanced country, okay, most of them cannot survive, especially Western country. Most of them, they don't have savings, so because a lot lost their job for 3 months, 6 months, so they cannot survive to sustain their daily life. This is a problem. That's why US, they come up with a lot of package, you know, even subsidy, cash subsidy to all their main people. Okay. And also affected SME. Okay, this all everybody know about it. Okay, this all, and the world has that's why we are there to fight for it. And know the world started calling what financial aid. What is the financial aid? Okay, so it's the economy. So they give subsidy to the people who are affected, especially US that print a lot of money. So because of this financial aid, there is an impact now. Okay, they create some impact in year 2022 and year 2020, especially coming year, the year 2023, and create a lot of this new risk for the economics, the global economy. Okay, so this one based on these three factors, then another spectrum that we need to know is the economic spectrum. So before the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that China and US, there's a trade war. So you know that China and US, they have a lot of issues, especially for the imbalance of trade between these two countries. So we can see here. So US, their import, from China is almost 500 over billion, but the export only 100 over billion. That's why in 2018, Donald Trump tried to impose tariffs on China, and this caused started the trade war. And this war is not only affect these two countries, will affect the whole world, because this will this all will disrupt the globalization. Okay, so this is an issue. Of course, for this trade war also, some countries benefit from it, because some of the industry have to move to the other countries from China to Southeast Asia, especially Vietnam, even some come back to Malaysia or Indonesia. Okay, this is one of the economic spectrum due to the trade war. And this trade war also affected due to the entity risk. Entity risk means they limited the US export some of the high-tech product to Huawei. Okay. In fact, this all now come to Joe Biden after Democrat they Joe Biden become the president, so they enhance it. All the advanced computer and semiconductor is not only restrict selling to Huawei, even for all the company in China. Now they start to come up some regulation. Of course, the detail is still not very clear about what type of semiconductor, this all. And also the US also enforced the holding foreign company accountable act. This act, in fact, will threaten to delist all China companies that listed in US. May not allow them to sell their have a trading, okay, in the US share market. It is another trade of related to the China and US trade war. Because China and US, they are two world economic giants. So what happened, whatever they have, whatever that affect them indirectly, will spill over and affect our third world country, especially Malaysia as a small open economic country. So, okay, so recently, okay, you know that another geopolitical issue will affect the global economy is the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay. So you know, I'm not going to talk about politics. Why Russia invade Ukraine? And of course, they are pro and con within the West. Not NATO and Russia. This all I'm not going to touch on. But here I would like to touch on what are the impact of this war on to the impact to the economic spectrum. Okay. So first of it is what global commodity price are increasing. Why increasing? Because this impact to the supply destruction. Okay. Supply destruction impact to it. Since just now we mentioned that the global economy have been affected by COVID-19, or before that affected by the China and US trade war. Now this Russia-Ukraine war.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Can you hear me, everybody? I hope everybody can
Yes,
hear.
yes, very clear, sir.
Okay, so this Russia and Ukraine war make it worsen. Okay, and it will cause the supply chain as another challenge, especially for the transportation and shipment. Okay, this is the thing that cost. Okay, and this war make the price of material going up. Okay, price of raw material going up, energy price going up, cause a logistic problem. Okay, and this all thing that will affect the economy, the global economy. Okay, so the global commodity price going up, especially the food. Okay, Russia supply about 40%, if not mistaken, 40% of the Europe regarding the crude oil, okay, and natural gas. That's why the not only energy and not only the commodity energy also is one of the disruption during this Russia and Ukraine war. And also because of that, the world is looking for alternatives. Okay, so not only the country or the organization, business organization, or the MNC company across the world, okay, especially in the Europe, although the European Union to try to sanction Russia, but you heard a lot of news that undercover tunnels they try to buy the natural gas and crude oil from Russia, okay, with a higher price or through third party, because they lack of resources, because of supply. Okay, so they try to explore alternative resources also, try to get these resources from Middle East, even to buy from US. That's why recently you can hear that France, Macron start complaining, said that how come the US sell the price of their oil and the natural gas are 4 times expensive than in US themselves. This is things that happen because of the Russia and Ukraine war. Of course, you can see Malaysia, Asia, or Southeast Asia. The petrol price is not going up so much, is it? Not like in US, in Europe, is it gone up? Because of Russia and Ukraine war, only they disrupted of the supply only, the logistic problem or sanction issue. But in the world, the supply of oil is still can accommodate the demand, especially the Middle East. They're still selling the price to us according to the contract, based on the agreement. So the price of the oil in Asia, although increased a bit, is not so high compared to in France, Europe, German, and also US. Okay, so this is one of the things that we have to look into it due to the Russia and Ukraine war. Okay, then the third one, we talk about the labor shortage. Yeah, so this Russia and Ukraine war also caused the issue of the labor shortage, because in Europe, especially the West Europe, the Ukraine and Russia, they supply almost 10% of the labor force. A lot of Russian or Ukrainian, they work in Western country, West Europe. That's why because of that, they are short of manpower, and some of the MNC company or the big company, they have to explore alternative option from other continent like South Africa, from South America. Okay, this is the one of the issue. Okay, erupted. Okay, and also the production and importation disrupted. This one, this one, of course, we know that even in US, for last time after Donald Trump, Biden become the president the first year, the COVID-19 still is quite serious in US. They have a lot of shipment problem. Okay, this also disrupted not only shipment, even airline, even the railway also have been affected. Okay, and this because of this, the price level go up for most of the country. I mean the whole world facing the inflation, especially in US. And later on we'll talk about it. So the production, so the emphasizing of risk and management. So we know that the Russia and Ukraine war have effect on the global commodity, effect on the supply chain or the resources, okay, and also because of the manpower, the labor itself, okay, and also about the production. So these all affect what the management focus. Okay, because of that, last time most of the management people they focus on just in time. Okay, JIT inventory management. Okay, just in time management. So they are focused on lean management. But during this, Russia and Ukraine war, and also during because of the COVID-19 and this all, so a lot of companies they start to change their management focus from the JIT to JIC. JIC means just in case. Okay, inventory management. That's why they stop whatever possible material they can acquire from the industry, from the from the alternative source. Okay, they worry they cannot get it. That's why after pandemic, okay, we found a lot of companies have been reported they store keep all the inventory, excess of inventory. That's why the semiconductor price dropped quite sharp, one upon a time. The share also dropped a lot, and especially because of the trade war and the US, they impose this policy. Okay, impose this policy. Okay, this policy. Okay, that's why you see all the tech share price going down. Okay, this is the issue of the global economic spectrum. So we can look at it. So because of just now we mentioned that all the countries they pour a lot of financial aid, especially US print a lot of money, not US also, but the implement a lot of countries implement the monetary policy. Okay, so because there are too many money chased after too little of goods and services. You know that when there are a lot of money chased after too little of goods and services because of the Ukraine war, the supply chains have been disrupted. So, and the demand in the Asia, especially South Asia, is increasing. So that's why the price is going up. Okay, pricing is going up. So this is a very basic economic theory. Okay, you know about it. Talk about inflation. So we know that inflation. Okay. In fact, inflation is not. You know that it's not something is very. It's not an evil thing. You know, inflation sometimes is good for economic growth. Okay. So for the moderate inflation, okay, for the moderate inflation, in fact, it is good for economic growth. You know that the range within 1.5, to 2%, this is considered is moderate inflation. Is good for economic growth. If not mistaken, Malaysia's is about less than 1%, 0.2% in 2023, 22 now. Okay. No, sorry. It's about Indonesia is about 2.96 something. Okay, inflation during recently. You can see here. So the world inflation is 1.5%. Consider is still okay. Okay. Yeah, increase. Okay, still okay. But come to 2022, increased a lot. I don't have, it's more than about, not mistaken, inflation rate is about 4% something. Okay, this all thing. So you can see this is something that inflation is more than 3% is considered, no good for a country. Okay, so but if the inflation is too high, then will burden the people in the country. That's why the world need to cope. Need to cope with this issue. So that's why a lot of countries start with US. They try to increase the interest rate. They increase the interest rate from 3. Recently they increased to 4.4%. Not mistaken. Okay, 75 percent to 4% increase recently. So yeah lah. So they want to stabilize this. This inflation. The country need to implement the monetary policy. Implement the contractionary monetary policy. Okay, so that's why they increase the interest rate. So this is the thing. Of course, you know that monetary policy include OBO, open market operation, okay, reserve requirement control, and discount rate is all. I'm not going to talk about this technical term. So this is the situation. I can see at this slide, and you can see that normally the world inflation rate is between 1.5 to 2. Now it's more than 3% already. This is the issue that people want to, the country, we need to control it, stabilize it. Okay, you can see this is the graph related to the inflation rate. Okay, inflation in fact is quite okay, within 2%, and this part you can see in fact is economic growth. Okay, now okay, inflation rate when it's a moderate, okay, it's good. Okay, so now inflation rate is more than 8%. In US, there's something it's no good. Normally before recession, you can see here before recession, inflation rate is going very high, 2008. Okay, before recession over here, the inflation rate come to 8%. Okay, if the inflation going up further, here now it's 2020, now it's 2022, it's going up. It come higher, the main thing is an indicator to show that the recession is coming soon. Okay, this is the economics trend. Okay, so we need to anticipate on it. Okay. So this is the diagram for the 10 country higher inflation rate in January 2022. You see, because of this COVID-19. Okay. Even I think Sri Lanka is not here. Sri Lanka also affected very high. Okay. It's all country. And yeah, the world interest rate, okay, have increased. Here we are, for everybody follow US to increase their interest rate. Okay, because what? They want to cope with the inflation. They want to cope with the inflation. So in US, the inflation increased to 8.3%. It's not still the high is 9 point something. 9 point something. So that's why the US have no choice. They have to raise the interest rate. Okay. So what they have done? So they raise the interest rate. So what? Why does the world have to follow? Because why? Because first, some of the Western countries, especially Europe, they also increase the interest rate because they want to stabilize or coping their country inflation rate also. Okay, the inflation also, especially in UK, France, and Germany. Okay, so they need to stabilize inflation. Okay, so as part of the monetary policy, contractionary monetary policy. Okay, and second reason why a lot of the country have to anticipate by increase their domestic interest rate. Okay. So when US increase the interest rate, what happened? All the investors around the world, they will what? Park their money to the US, and this will cause all the capital from other countries will flow to US. This is the situation, and this will affect the currency of the other countries, for all of the countries. Those have a lot of money flow up in the country because demand for the US currency increase, so the US currency will go up. The value of US currency will go up, and the currency of the domestic country will fall. That's why I have to stabilize it to avoid a lot of capital flow up from the country. No choice, they have to increase their interest rate, such like some of the Europe countries. Okay, so and this, when the currency is not stable, is not well stabilized, that will affect the international trade. Okay, especially for the country, there are many based on importing the raw material for the production.
Excuse me, sir, you have 5 minutes left to explain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So since that the time issue, and also I will move on to the last slide. Okay. I'm not going to explain about the how US interest rate affect the world economic trade. So the US interest rate affect the US, the US dollar appreciate, treasury bond, dollar denomination debt, credit market, commodity market, and foreign trade. So the last one I want to emphasize here is that so to anticipate the 2023 economic spectrum, so the country need to implement the monetary policy. Okay, increase interest rate. Okay, Malaysia have been increased the interest to 2.5. Indonesia is not mistaken, increased to 4.75%. Okay, so and for the fiscal policy, okay, so we have to have a smaller budget. Okay, I think Indonesia and Malaysia also both, we have a smaller budget for 2023 to anticipate to the 2023 economic spectrum. And also we need to have some the labor market policy to ease the labor market constraint. Okay, flexible working hour, this all and not increase the older age, retirement age, reduce the tax for certain group of labor. This all also is a policy that can implement in our country, in Indonesia. Then for the supply commodity policy, so so we need to increase the food and energy supply. Okay, increase the capacity of the self-sustain. Okay, for the food and agriculture production. Okay, of course, we need to try to accelerate the transition to low carbon energy. Okay, reduce the use of fossil oil as well. And the last one is the global trade policy. Okay, global trade policy, they mean we need to support the rule base of the international economic order. Okay, so need to follow the standard of WTO agreement. So, and also need to set a policy that against the trade of the protectionism. Okay, so reduce the tariff among the trade member. It is the thing that the country should anticipate to the 2023 economic environment. That is my presentation. So sorry that I think I just now I thought I can have another one. I mean, I still got 15 minutes. That's why I didn't budget my time. I thought mine is supposed to finish at 1:45. Is it? Okay, thank you so much. So this is the end of my presentation. Okay, terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua Lo Tekun. Now we are ready for the Q&A session. If any one of you has questions, please raise your hand or put in the comment section. While waiting, yes.
Because this topic, in fact, I try to narrow down it, but the scope is quite big based on the theme. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, this topic should can have a lot of points can be discussed. Okay.
Sure. Sure,
so,
sir. Yeah. The first question may be from me, sir, because you have so many explanation about in the geopolitical spectrum, which is there are many factors that can cause the geopolitical spectrum's turmoil. And in the second point, you said here that the world is looking for alternative sources of supply. My question would be, in the context of Malaysian government, what has been done by the Malaysian government to find out the alternative sources of supply, and what have been the effects so far? Thank you.
First, we talk about the agriculture. Agriculture, in fact, if you look at the history of Malaysia before 80s, Malaysia almost can for the rice. We can supply almost 90% of self-sustain. But after Dr. Mahathir became the prime minister about 30 years, so they said that, okay, why not we can buy cheaper rice from Thai, from Vietnam, and also more focus on industry. Only we can sustain for about 60% or 50% only for the rice, So now our government realize about it's so important, they try to encourage agriculture again for self-sustain, and also they give more now started to give more subsidy to the farmer, battlefield farmer. This is one of it. Of course, you can see ASEAN is the economic coalition, So in fact, ASEAN itself is one of the very good region, so that we can cooperate, to make sure that our Southeast Asia can sustain to get all the supply. Okay, like say, we know that Thailand, Thai and Vietnam, they have a lot of rice, and also that maybe we have signed some agreement with them, so they can supply to us. Regularly. It is a thing that of course. Last time in 30 years ago, we are more focused on industry, manufacturing industry. Now I think the government, our government should focus more on the agriculture. Okay, and also one of the things that can see China and Japan and also Germany, they start to reduce the fossil energy use, So in future, Malaysia also need to start to implement this all. Okay, I think by another few years, Malaysia will encourage more and more people buy the hybrid car or electrical car. This is a thing that I think the government should do. I think Malaysia now the leader keep on changing. The policy is still not so so stable. Okay, hopefully after this election, we have a very strong government, and a very clear and very clear and firm policy, to direct us to a better future. Okay, that's for me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua.
I hope I answer your question.
That's in terms of the sources of energy. Maybe you can mention what the Malaysian has done to diversify the source of the energy. Maybe
again, sorry.
What the government of Malaysia has done to diversify the source of energy, as we know that the oil prices is increasing right now, and yes. I think it's the point is how Malaysian government diversify the source of energy in terms of fuel or something like that.
Yeah, in fact, Malaysians are very lucky. Although the price of crude oil going increase a lot, but our petrol price is not increase a lot. Okay, government subsidize a lot to us, in terms of the use of fossil energy, petrol. This is a thing. And of course, Malaysia also produce and export petroleum. This is another fact of Malaysia. Okay. Of course, Malaysia subsidize for the use of electricity. The Tenaga Nasional Berhad, government linked company, in fact, they will subsidize quite a lot to those poor people, not people a low income family, especially for those low income family. It is the thing that how our government try to help the low income people, help the society overcome the issue of the energy use. Okay, this is what happened in Malaysia. Okay. So in fact, of those we can see Malaysia have a long-term plan to reduce the use of fossil energy, but the implementation still in a very early stage. And there is a lot of discussion and also a lot of debate regarding whether we want to have a nuclear energy or not, to build our nuclear power or not. So this has been discussed already. To know whether this will be materialized or not in the future. I have no issue for myself, for building a nuclear power station in Malaysia. I have no issue. Of course, where is a suitable place, so the government needs to think about it. Okay. In fact, the world now still debate, regarding whether they want to use this nuclear energy or not, because nuclear energy is clean but quite dangerous, to the residents around the station. Am I right? Like Japan, they last time they said during the tsunami, is it or not? They said we won't have a nuclear, but because of lack of resources, now because the oil price going up, they say want to restart, regenerate, reuse all the nuclear station power. There's a pro and con, depend. Okay, for me, if we have enough technology to prevent this all issue, the lack of the radioactive, for me is fine. Suppose depend how good country can manage the nuclear power station. This what I means my point of view. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua Lutekun. One more question from the faculty member here. Why do you think that countries in the region, in Southeast Asians like Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand have lower inflation rates compared to the United States, even though we have been working very much together with the giant economics like China and the US?
Okay. In fact, you can see that Malaysia's and Southeast Asia inflation rate is low because we have a lot of natural resources. Okay, compared to US, although they have a lot of natural resources, but they are more reliant on import material, especially the trade war with China. So they impose tariff. This will affect the price of commodity, the price of dairy product for the country itself. In fact, Malaysia, South Asia, we have a lot of resources, and also we manufacturing a lot of the daily use product, so that's why we are not affected so much. Okay, this is the thing that we can see, and I think in fact ASEAN is a very good organization and been established, as economics cooperation alliance, since those many years ago. That's why we have a lot of cooperation. Okay, so we are compared to, because the Russia and Ukraine war and caused the supply chain disrupted. This is another big issue. Okay, in Southeast Asia, or those after the COVID-19, have been released, no more lockdown, no more movement control, then all the logistics are back to normal. Okay, that's why we have not affected, and also our trade with China. China is the world factory, and Asia, Southeast Asia, ASEAN have a very good rapport with China, and we still become one of the economic region that have a very high trade volume with in China. That's why we have no problem regarding the supply chain. Okay, this is the thing that's why our inflation rate is not so high compared to the West, especially Europe and US as well. This is my point of view, my opinion, and based on my understanding.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua Lutekun. For your information here, we have very high increase of the fuel price, almost 30% after the pandemic, 30 to 40%. So I think Malaysia is very lucky to have a stable oil price than Malaysia.
Yeah, in fact, Malaysia is also infected. Price is going up. Definitely is going up. Comparatively, relatively, compared to US, we talk about economics. We talk about global economics itself. We have to compare with the world inflation. We compare with others continent, other countries. So now I'm trying to compare with the West, compare with US and Europe. We are quite lucky. Our inflation rate is not as high compared to them. In fact, just now I show you the 10 countries. The inflation rate is not 10%, 20%, it's 100 to 100%, especially Sri Lanka, also, is it not? You see, of course, the inflation affected the whole world. You cannot escape it. But we are so lucky, we are the lowest compared to the rest. This is why we have to thanks for our government. Okay.
Thank you so much, Captain Dr. Joshua Lutekun, for valuable insights and suggestion, and also answers from our students. And that's the end of your session, actually, because we are going to invite the next speaker. And we will see you again maybe in the future and in the next time. And we will...
One day I can publish a paper through your conference. Okay.
Of course, you can. You can contact us, sir. We have the journal platform for economics and business here in Eka Prasetya.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Captain Dr. Joshua Lotekun. And next, I'm going to invite our last speaker, Mr. Petrus Low, SHSASEMM. He is the faculty member of Eka Prasetya School of Economics and Business and is currently pursuing his doctoral degree at Universitas Prima Indonesia in Management Studies. His experiences in the realm of microcredit lending in various banks and institutions in the region has brought him to be the director of PT Dextonindo Persada and the CEO at PT BPR Laksana Abadi Sunggal and PT Logo Karo Asri. To Mr. Petrus Low, we welcome you and we invite you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Kiki. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clear, sir. Thank you.
It is an honor for me that I can stand together with Pak Kiki. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, Oras. Distinguished Chairman of Graha Eka Foundation, Bapak Susanto, Distinguished Head of Eka Prasetya School of Business and Economics, Ibu Dr. Sri Rezeki, Distinguished Keynote Speaker, Madam Dr. Ruhaini Muda, PhD of Mara University, Malaysia, Madam Maria Rizalia Tefes, PhD, Dean of College of Economics, Business and Accountancy of Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, Mr. Captain Dr. Joshua Lotekun of the School of Business and Administration, Ulogong, KDU UC Malaysia, respected organizing committee, committee chair, Ibu Homi Sinaga, respected organizing committee members, moderator and fellow presenters, and participant of Eka Prasetya's International Business and Economic Conference 2022. A very good afternoon for all of us. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here with all of you to share my presentation and findings in this forum. It is an honor for me. And I am Petrus Low, and I am a lecturer at the Eka Prasetya Business and Economic School. So I will open my presentation. So hopefully you can see my slide. Is it okay, Pak Kiki?
Yes, sir, very clear.
Okay, this is the moment of difficult time, the sleepy moment, the last one, and then I will present it brief and shortly, so you will not feel sleepy at all. So my subject for my research, it's sustainability objective of tourism industry investment in original income recovery in Indonesia. For the step of my presentation is the step one is about introduction, and then methodology of the research, and then the research analysis, and the last one is the conclusion. And the first, for the introduction, the minimum wages has increased over the last 5 years, 2016 up to 2020. But the increase in the minimum wage does not guarantee that investment will be appropriate and increase. Where during that year, the amount of investment in the tourism sector has decreased and has an impact on the ability of 5 super priority tourist attraction to be able to develop as well and have qualified facility so that it can be said that the development of tourism that is less developed will make these 5 tourist attractions unable to contribute to increasing Indonesia's original income or national income. So that with real investment and continues to increase number, it is expected that economic growth can also increase significantly and comprehensively. So this is and then this is the table of the value economic growth, GDP, tourism investment, and Indonesia GNP during 2016 and until 2020. And then the purpose of the research, the objective is this study is to determine the direct and indirect effect of economic growth and the regional minimum wage. In Indonesia, we set UMR, upah minimum regional, on original income in Indonesia through the variable amount of investment in tourism sector. Some of the literature review I just got for the main purpose, like the first one for the economic growth. From the Bellwood 2019, economic growth is a development of activities in the economy that causes goods and services to be produced and in a large quantities, and also people's income also increase lead to increased community prosperity. The number 2 is about the regional minimum wage, and regional minimum wage is the minimum wage standard received by employees as a benchmark in determining the amount of wage and salary that are paid regularly within a month. And then investment number 3, and then the number 4 is about gross domestic product. So I will through these pages because this all is about literature review. And then methodology, first step, the research method used is descriptive quantitative. This quantitative descriptive analysis is an analysis that is used using numeric numbers. The step 2 is for data analysis. It is done by using the analytical technique used in this research is path analysis and time series. Step number 3 is the number of samples in this study amounted to 80 data sourced from quarterly data on economic growth, regional minimum wages, tourism investment, and GDP during 2016 until 2020 period. The step 4 is this data processing using AMOS 25 and eFuse 10. And then the result, the first about the goodness of tests. The chi-square value 56.221. The value is greater than significant value of 0.05. This result can be explained that the value of the construct model resulting from the distribution of data from each variable is in accordance with DNA can be continued for further data testing. Number 2 is a univariate and multivariate normality test. The CR value are the range of minus 2.58 and 2.58. With this condition, it can be concluded that results of the contribution of data for economic growth variable X1 and regional minimum wages variable X2 and GDP variable Y, and the investment variable, the field is Z. Tourism is normally distributed. Regression, the number 3, regression weight analysis. The result of the composite model regression weights can explain that the economic growth and the regional minimum wages variable have a significant effect on the GDP and investment variables in the tourism sector. This is indicated by the estimated value of these two variables, which is greater than the 0.05 level of significant, while the investment variable in tourism has a significant effect on the GDP variable. This can be seen from the estimated value of the self-motivation variable, which is greater than the 0.05 level of significant. The variable of economic growth has an indirect effect on GDP variable through the intervening variable, namely the investment variable in the tourism sector. From the output, the estimated value is of 0.459 is positive, and the regional minimum wages variable has an indirect effect on the GDP variable through the intervening variable, namely investment in tourism sector. From the output, the estimated value of 0.352 is positive. So, the conclusion is based on the result of the research analysis. The conclusion of this study is that partially the economic growth and regional minimum wage variables have a significant effect on the GDP and investment variables in the tourism sector. Simultaneously, the variable of economic growth and the minimum wage have an effect on the GDP variable through the investment variable in the tourism sector. Through the result of the research that has been stated that economic growth data will increase good GDP, economic growth and increased GDP. Economic growth and increased GDP will be able to increase investment in tourism. This investment will indirectly increase GDP in tourism and will boost economic growth. If the minimum regional wage increase, it will increase productivity, so that it will be able to increase GDP and at the same time boost economic growth, and vice versa. If the minimum regional wages does not increase, then productivity will decrease and GDP will decrease, and this will result the decrease in economic growth. And of course, this is my last presentation. I hope you all enjoy it and hope that is useful for all of us. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petrus Loh, for a very wonderful presentation about the role of the tourism industry during the pandemic. And of course, I have a questions for you, Mr. Petrus. Saya akan bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia, mungkin nanti bisa dijelaskan apakah dalam bahasa Indonesia atau dalam bahasa Inggris. Saya punya pertanyaan, Pak Petrus, bahwa pariwisata di Indonesia setelah pandemik ini mulai kembali bergeliat ya Pak. Artinya banyak orang yang sudah beli tiket dan jalan-jalan bukan hanya ke Bali tapi ke Labuan Bajo, ke Danau Toba yang dari Jakarta, dari Jawa, dan ke destinasi wisata lainnya. Tapi yang di sini kita lihat trennya adalah bahwa adanya pertumbuhan domestic travelers atau domestic tourists di Indonesia, bahkan melebihi spendingnya daripada turis dari luar negeri gitu. Nah, bagaimana Bapak melihat fenomena ini? Apakah fenomena ini akan terus berlanjut? Apakah domestic turis yang akan tetap berkontribusi banyak terhadap industri turis di negara kita atau bagaimana, Pak?
Okay, thank you, Pak Kiki. The local tourism increase, pertumbuhan lokal turis lokal, that is because of the pandemic. Because the local tourists cannot go out. Pada saat itu, at that time, the local tourism, they cannot go abroad, they cannot go overseas. So because of the karantina and etc., 14-day karantina, for that reason, for the last 2 years, so many local tourists, they come to all over place in Indonesia. And then we can see in the Lake Toba, like Samosir, Balige, and etc., so many local tourists come there, especially from Medan. And then I see that many tourists from Medan, they don't even, mereka bahkan tidak pernah, ya, they don't even go to the Lake Toba, and then they don't know the Balige, and they don't know what is Dolok Sanggol, and they don't know what is Tele and something like that, Bukit Holbung, Sibea-bea. And then because of they cannot go overseas, they come to the place. The problem is this year in 2022, many countries, especially in Southeast Asia and Asia country, they open door. Mereka buka pintu. No quarantine anymore. Yeah, and then like Japan, they give a free visa to Indonesian citizen. And then Malaysian flight from Medan to Penang is so many flight right now. Yeah, and then the price is, we compare to the price we go to Lake Toba, is more cheaper if we go to Penang, and more closer. We go to like in Dolok Sanggol, there are a new hotel, Hotel Ayola. That hotel is very beautiful. So when I publish in the social media, they ask me, so where is that place, and then how far we go from Medan to that place. So I'm very difficult to explain that. For what? Because they are too far from Medan, about 6 to 7 hours. So how come people go by car to 7 hours to that kind of place? So they go to Penang only 40 minutes. They can go to overseas. Yeah, that is a problem. So government is already what do we call, the choose 5 priority tourism places. That's including Lake Toba. So many infrastructure built now, like toll road. Yeah, so now if in 2023 the toll road until Medan to Pematang Siantar, so it will save so many time, yeah, so many duration of the what we call the jarak, yeah, and then we can go to Siantar maybe only 1 hour, and then from Siantar we go to Parapat is only 1 hour, so 2 hour we can reach Lake Toba. So now we reach Lake Toba. The first Lake Toba, like Parapat, will be around 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours from Medan is too far. I think for the foreigner is too far for that. Yeah, something like that. So we hope that the local tourism is still enjoy for the tourist attraction in the local place. Something like that, Pak Kiki.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petrus. I'm agree with you that the point is connectivity and the infrastructure from the government. That's why our government right now is working very hard to provide reliable infrastructure and transportation. And talking about the connectivity, our government also has tried to link many islands by providing the what we call as sea toll, tol laut, Pak, ya. So I think that's also one of the concrete solutions from the government to connect our country as an archipelago country, negara kepulauan, and that we need to keep improving. Actually, my second question would be, this is not my question from the student actually. Bagaimana Bapak melihat pariwisata di Indonesia untuk bersaing dengan negara-negara lain yang ada di region, yang ada di Asia Tenggara? Apakah dengan pandemi ini kita memiliki keuntungan untuk menarik lebih banyak wisatawan, atau kita malah ketinggalan?
That it really depend on us, ya. Jadi memang not only depend on the government, but it still depend on us in the local at the local area. Okay. In a few places, but we cannot compare with Bali. Bali, the infrastructure, the people is already they have a standard, the international standard. In so many places, sometimes we cannot compare with the places in other city in other region. I mean that in another country, di negara lain. That is about the people, the sumber daya manusia. Many places, especially that place near us, the people said that about the investment. You come here, investment come to my places. What is the influence? What is the pengaruh buat saya? Ya, apakah ada duitnya buat saya? So you invest here, and then what is the impact for me? Yeah, especially for commercial, for money, of course. So because every month I go to that place, we have some project in the tourism industry, especially in Lake Toba. So I meet so many people, and I meet from the villager and to the government, local government. And then sometimes we face the different from the government from Jakarta is different from local government. The local government sometimes will say that that is the regulation from the Jakarta, not same with us. Ya, kalau itu lagi sibuk ngomong kita mau membangun industri pariwisata, dia bilang itu kan urusan sana, urusan sini kan beda gitu. Jadi still different mind, cara berpikir yang beda dan yeah, if we come to invest in that place, then we will face that that problem, that difficulty. That but we have to yakin, we have to ensure that we still can be compete with other countries. Kita harus yakin dengan hal itu, and then everybody in this industry, if we meet people, we convince them, like we go to we meet the local people, and we said that this is the economic, what do we call economic, like bola salju. If investment come here and the economic growth, and then you will receive, but not directly, indirectly, and then you can make the activity that have related with the tourism industry. So you can, but now it's still we still manage for this, and then government also many times, and they do the like workshop, and then workshop like training, pelatihan, and then for the local guide, for the local stakeholder, they are relative with the tourism industry, and for us, and for you all, and we have to stay that this spirit, tetap semangat, that we can grow our tourism sector. So that is part of the economic growth for the next year. I think that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petrus. I'm going to conclude some from your opinion about the questions. Actually, the problem comes from ourselves, from our community. Some areas are not ready yet to embrace the change, particularly to improve the tourism industry, right?
Yeah.
And they still think that what is the benefit for us? What is the advantages for us if you invest to us? So that's why our government needs to leverage their attention toward these local people, because they need training, particularly the character building and mindset about the tourism industry. But I got the data. Actually, Indonesia has performed very well in the last 1 year. After the pandemic, we have received more tourists than Malaysia and Thailand, actually, and that's actually one of the remarkable achievement, saying that Indonesia has always been competing with these two countries, particularly in attracting the tourists. But then again, by many choices, we have so many choices actually in Indonesia. We have so many tourist destination, and destination in Indonesia is not only Bali, but also we have like Toba, we have Mandalika, we have Labuan Bajo, and many other places in Indonesia that the tourists can visit. Very interesting question and explanation, sir. And we have another question. I think you still want to accept the questions, right, sir? Because this is a very interesting topic to discuss. What do you think is the role of banking, the role of banking system in order to enhance, in order to improve the industrial behavior in tourism in Indonesia? What is the role of the banking system to strengthen, to enhance tourism industry in Indonesia?
The problem in banking sector is they are still in the credit sector. If you if you need financial supporting, if you need supporting credit investment or working capital from banking, they are still the rule as they are still want your jaminan is what in English
Guarantee.
Not guarantee
Warranty,
like that.
warranty.
No, they need a fixed asset.
Oh,
yeah, for the guarantees is the fixed asset. So not many tourism sector that they have the fixed asset like land and then houses, something like that. We cannot give them fixed asset like ship. Yeah, we give them jaminannya kapal gitu. They don't want it. Yeah, that is still the problem for in banking sector. And for the last 2 years at the pandemic time, the banking stopped for the tourism sector, for financing a tourism sector, stop at all. Yeah, for 2 years. That because of so many asset in Bali, people want to sell it, and then the problem in credit, non-performing loan, the increase of non-performing loan in banking from the tourism sector, like hotel, something like that, credit macet. And then for the bank feel that they are suffering for that, and then they stop lending for the hotel, especially for hotel. Yeah, then they just want to help you in a sector of if you use the mobile, and then they are offering a discount for your hotel or your activity. Yeah, if you make a creativity in your places, maybe in your places that you make a festival, something like that. Yeah, I met several banks that they said we are support you when people using my mobile banking. Ya, jadi and then if you provide a ticket for ticket masuk, and then they said that I will give you discount for my customer, maybe 50%, something like that. And then people only paid 50%, and that should be their customer. That kind of thing they can support. But if you want a lending based on your tourism business, that is a little bit difficult for today. What kind of support? I think they cannot support to give you money to make a business. They just support for the information, for the technically, if you need a training or something like that, they can provide, but not in lending, something like that.
Thank you so much.
This is
Mr. Petrus.
This is Pak Kiki. This is a real story.
Okay.
Because we made many investment in the hotel and tourism sector, and then if we meet the people from the banking area, they said that now we don't talk about tourism. We talk about others. Yeah, but if you give us a good fixed asset, houses or something like that, they can talk. But if you don't give a good asset, they don't want to talk. Okay.
Yeah, that's the reality that we face. Thank you, sir. We have many more questions from the students. This is from Chandra. Recently, we
we just have held Miss Grand International 2022, which is held in Indonesia, in Bali, and in Jakarta. This beauty contest, followed by more than 68 contestants from all over the world, and Indonesia is the host. Of course, this is a good exposure for our tourism industry. And what is your opinion about this kind of new way to attract the tourism in Indonesia?
Okay, this is good for exposure, I think, but not directly impact. This is we call indirect impact. Okay, we especially so maybe for the next 3 months or 4 months, they will have like F1 H2O, that is the racing in the lake. They will be held and in next year in February 2023. That is a big event, but yeah, it is the same like Miss something like that. That is the we call it indirect impact. Sometimes is happen is only in that hal yang terjadi pada saat itu aja, ya, in that moment, and then after that finish, no more. Yeah, especially if we make content and then we but the direct for this last year, I think the good impact is the movie making in this area. Yeah, that impact is very big. Yeah, like you know that film Ngeri-Ngeri Sedap.
Yes,
the places,
Danau Toba, Lake Toba.
The shooting place is in Balige, and then Bukit Holbung, and then people come to there. Oh, where they are shooting? Oh, Bukit Holbung. They want to see when the Domu family picnic and that place. And they come and then they ask Bukit yang keberapa, yeah, and then people said, oh, they are shooting is Bukit yang kedua, because there is nine bukit at that place. Yeah, they call it Bukit Teletabis, and then people come to see that place. Yeah, I think that is the most important impact. Yeah, rather than if we win some miss or something like that, not that is a branding for Indonesia, but not for the places, I think. Yeah, it's more important that we promote the places like MotoGP in Mandalika, something like that, so people want to see Mandalika is like what. Yeah, so if we ask the Hollywood movie director to make a movie in Lake Toba, that is a very good impact for me. That is really good. If we make a movie in the Lake Toba, yeah, Hollywood movie, something like that. Okay, that's for mine.
Yes, I think the point is about the creative industry in tourism industry, sir. That really helps to promote Indonesia, to exposure Indonesia to the world. Just like what you have mentioned about the movie that was a big hit, a box office in Indonesia that shows the beauty of Lake Toba, and that attracts many people come to Lake Toba.
Yeah.
Right. We have one more questions because students are very curious about this tourism industry, sir. And we have a question from Willie. Willie, yeah. Sir, actually, our problem to attract the tourists in Indonesia is that the fact that Indonesia produce many waste, and we are the fifth biggest producer of waste in the world.
Waste is mean sampah, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. And how do you think that we can solve this problem, and how can government influence people to change this behavior?
Yeah. This is one of the problem. For last month, I visit Bukit Holbung. The problem is same. If we go up, we can see so many waste, especially plastic waste. Yeah, sampah plastic that is from the mineral water. There's so many like that in the upstairs. And then the problem is at the upstairs now there is one warung up there. So because before that people cannot build something in the upstairs, but now already have a warung. So if we drone from upstairs, so because I take a picture there and then I take a drone video also from upstairs. There's so bad view for us because there is a warung up there. So the problem in everywhere in Indonesia, the problem is this waste, this sampah. We can still is kind of difficult, like to find a solution. Like in Medan, they are still cannot build what do we call pengolahan sampah. It's like machinery.
Landfill.
Machinery.
Incinerator.
Can reuse the sampah that can be can make to be an energy and something like that. But people always talk and proposal and something, but until now is none of that kind of industry have in North Sumatra or in Medan, something like that. So it will be almost one of the difficult one. I have talked to many person that I try to make. How about if we make pembersihan sampah and we ask the local people to make this program, but we go together. Not only we are find the community from Medan and then we take there, but we have to go with the people in the local area, and then we clean the places. And then sometimes in many places the sampah, if we clean, we do not know where to put this sampah. Yeah, this waste, where to put it. They don't have the places to, like we call it apa, TPS, yeah, the final place for this sampah, where to put. In the small city, we find that it's very difficult to find that place. So the government still, I don't know that where they are curious to settle that kind of sampah. This is, yeah, I asked the student in the EKA, so can we make this project, and then we do it together. We go to clean the sampah. We make a contoh for people out there that we are very pay attention for this thing. I think this is a good campaign. Then we cannot ask people to do this, this thing, but we have to do by our own self. We make a example for the people. Kita buat contoh buat orang lain. Ketika kita minta orang lain untuk berbuat, kita tidak berbuat, yang nggak ada gunanya. Kita ngomong-ngomong tapi kita tak berbuat apa-apa gitu. Tapi kita sulit, ya. We are difficult to expect to berharap kepada pemerintah daerah untuk melakukan hal ini, tapi kita lakukan ini, kita buat contoh supaya orang bisa ikut kita gitu. Ya, kita memberikan pengaruh kepada terutama kepada orang yang berada di situ. Kita tidak berada di situ, kita merasa ini perlu, tapi mereka tidak merasa itu perlu. Ya, tapi ya kondisinya ya seperti itu gitu. Tapi kalau kita nggak bergerak ya kita nunggu, ya akan seperti itu terus gitu. Ya, that is my opinion, Pak Kiki.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petrus, for a very constructive and insightful opinions. I think we have come to our end for this session. And before that, I would like to conclude remarks from the speakers about this international conference. We know that the pandemic and post-pandemic era have brought enormous changes into our respective countries. And the challenges to recover are still prevailing and daunting. And strategies and actions to recover the world need to be accelerated to impose. Society, private sectors, and government must work together to address these issues, and every country in the region must also collaborate to find solutions. In the context of Malaysia government, the solution comes from the PPP modeling, zakat, and CSR, or corporate social responsibility, and the ability and anticipation to forecast the economic spectrum in 2023. In the context of the Philippines, the solution comes from the readiness and activation of mitigation institution to face the unprecedented problem like the pandemic, war, and the disaster. And as Asian countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Malaysia are prone to disasters. And in Indonesian context, every stakeholders must work and cooperate collaboratively to enhance and keep the economic growth staying in the positive trend by doing efficiency, upgrading the skills labor, and improving the tourist industry. Therefore, I would like to thank you to everyone who participated in this international business and economic conference hosted by Eka Prasetya School of Economic and Business, particularly to the Honorable Head of Eka Prasetya School of Economic and Business, Dr. Sri Rezeki, and the Head of Eka Graha Foundation, Mr. Susanto, STMM, and our speakers from Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, the Philippines, Ms. Maria Rizala Teves, PhD, our speaker from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, Associate Professor Ruhaini Muda, PhD, and our Member of Parliament of House of Representatives, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Sofian Tan, and from the University of Wollongong, Malaysia, KDU Penang University College, Captain Dr. Joshua Lu Tak Kun, and last but not least, our own faculty member, Mr. Petrus Lo, SHSEMM from Eka Prasetya School of Business and Economics. Thank you so much, everyone, and we hope we can meet again in the future. And therefore, I will give this opportunity and the next session to our MC, to Nico, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kiki, and also thank you for every keynote speakers and invited speakers for the valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our conference. Before leaving the conference, I invite every guest and participants to take a minute while our staff take our pictures. For every participants and speakers, keep your camera online for the pictures.
Nico, who is going to take the picture? Is it Nico or someone?
The staff here is doing it.
Okay.
Okay, the picture taking is done. We thank you for every guest and participants to set aside time to attend this conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
See
you,
you.
Dr. Rohaini, for spending your time with us. Thank you so much.
Izin live ya, sir?
Yeah. Thank you.